spheres of influence too, as we look out towards the value chain, thinking about engaging with their suppliers and also downstream customers, expanding circularity, and thinking about critical minerals demand and how we can optimize this across the value chain. And I know Tim wanted to talk about that a little bit more shortly. And then also stepping out to think about systems and how mining companies can also play a role in engaging with policymakers and ensuring that the policy frameworks reflect and encourage sustainable mining practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. And for WEF, there's a lot of the company and in this group. So PBF, Partnership on Biodiversity and Finance, we gathered 24 best practice, and some of them from the WEF. Thank you very much for contribute that. And you mentioned about the hotspot guidelines, circular economy, and also how to change the kind of a negative part to the positive part. And also from the business point of view, that's the actively finding the solutions for that. And if we can go further to look at how UNPR can give us more general or more guidance on the risk management, let's invite the team Stingwich to introduce and share your views on minerals, critical minerals.
Thank you so much. And so my name is Tim Steinweg. I'm the head of stewardship for nature at the UNPRI. PRI is a global organization, a signatory-based organization that brings together over 5,500 financial institutions to promote and act on a set of principles for responsible investment. And let me start off by congratulating all the previous speakers for their incredibly important work, and maybe just add a reflection on indeed this demand issue. Because I think some of the statistics that were presented at the beginning of this session were really scary. I mean, the need to transition to a low carbon economy requires a massive increase in demand for minerals, and that is the fundamental issue, I believe, that we're discussing here. Yes, it's incredibly important to work on responsible practices meeting that demand, but ultimately the hard issue is also the need to find ways to transition while lowering that demand growth. And I think that is really where things come in, such as design of electric vehicles, the research and development into batteries, but also the role of governments around the world to ensure that while we address climate risks, we don't do that at the expense of forest or other natural habitats. So from the investor perspective, I think the way that our signatories look at this primarily is from a risk perspective. A lot of our signatories are universal asset owners. They hold shares or financial interest in thousands, if not tens of thousands of companies. And they are exposed to these systemic risks, the systemic climate risk and the systemic nature loss risk. There are no long-term returns on a dead planet. It's something that other people have often said before me. So many of our signatories ultimately have a fiduciary duty to their investees, to their clients, to their beneficiaries to tackle these systemic risks. And they have a fiduciary duty to do that in parallel, and would not be meeting their fiduciary duty if they would address climate risks at the expense of nature. And this is the nexus, I think, that we're really touching on today. So one of the things PRI does is it convenes signatories to take action. One of the ways is through stewardship, so engagement with investee companies. I'm involved in an initiative called Spring, which is a collaborative stewardship initiative for nature, bringing together, it's supported by 220 of our signatories. They hold a combined assets under management of $16 trillion US. Roughly 80 of these supporters are actively engaging their investee companies. And we've built this initiative on a theory of change that looks at, takes a geographic starting point. So it looks at regions and countries where nature risks are imminent. And we've taken a forward-looking approach. So not only looking at damage done in the past, but also where are the risks for further future nature loss. Critical minerals in these 3 basins that we're talking about today is a clear example. And we've incorporated that in the selection of focus companies that are engaged by signatories through Spring. They include a total of 20 out of 60 companies, either in the mining or in the automotive supply chains. So really reflecting the importance of the minerals in relation to forest. So these companies are engaged on a range of different roles that they play in this issue. It includes the responsible sourcing policies that were mentioned by other speakers. It also includes responsible corporate governance by mining companies, ensuring that nature considerations are included in every strategic decision that these companies make. As mentioned, design and research and development expenses for supply chain actors is an element. And then finally, we're also recognizing that many of these companies are conversation partners of governments, and they have a responsibility to also take that role in a responsible fashion. So we're calling for what we call responsible political engagement by corporates on some of the key policy arenas, if you will. Just as a final quick update, so we launched Spring in June of this year. That marked the beginning of this engagement process. We have smaller groups of investors coming together to design tailored engagement strategies for their investee companies. All these meetings are taking place now. 5 company meetings have taken place or are lined up to happen in the next few weeks. As a signal that the ball is rolling is one example of how the private financial community can take action, how in fact it's become ever easier to take action through initiatives such as Spring, but also some of the others we'll hear about. And also, if there's any investors in the room, any PRI signatories, I would warmly welcome you to come and speak to me and potentially join this initiative. Thanks.
Wow, it's really encourage not only policy level, but also how to leverage more investors, not only from MDB, but also from private investors, as well as how to join together to promote the best policies in the future. So that is a really encourage. And also, you also mentioned about the geographic information. Since when we talk about biodiversity, comparing to the climate change, geographic the information is really important. It's really mattered where we do our business and what kind of the biodiversity we need to protect it. Now let's move to philanthropies. That is also very unique, the representative in our panel list. And how can you to leverage the more data available to the system, and also how can you share your best practice? And let's invite the Jasmine Putteri from the Rainforest Foundation Norway, Senior Advisor of the Supply Chain.
Thank you so much. So I'm Jasmine from Rainforest Foundation Norway. It's a non-profit organization based in Oslo, Norway. But we are working in 6 rainforest countries, such as Brazil, Peru, Colombia, Indonesia, the RC, but also Papua New Guinea. And we have been working in these rainforest countries for the past 35 years. So to chime in on what Tim already mentioned, it's very important for us, especially because our mandate as an NGO based in Oslo is how to protect the remaining contiguous rainforests in these 6 countries, as well as ensuring the indigenous people rights. And based on that mandate, we are looking how critical minerals right now driving deforestation in this rainforest country. For example, in Indonesia, as what you already showed, the number and the data, how the critical minerals demand will be very skyrocketing in the future. But what is very important for us is how to make sure, for example, companies or investors put their commitments in policy. Because, for example, if you have deforestation policy or biodiversity policy, that would be a very strong commitment to ensure that you are protecting the biodiversity, but also the rainforest. In this case, for example, working together with investors, RFN mobilized 31 signatories together with VBDO with assets currently around 2.71 trillion USD. We really want to push how companies, both at downstreaming and also upstream companies, to be able to put responsible supply chain for their critical minerals. As a example, one of Norwegian asset managers, Storebrand, already put their policy when it comes to deforestation. And with this kind of like commitments from investors, is also give good signals to ensure that the transition energy addressing deforestation, indigenous people rights, but also commitments to protect the biodiversity. With this kind of like commitments from the signatories, for example, we have high demands when it comes to free prior informed consent, because this is very important, as what Julius already mentioned. They are the one who owns the land. And for reputational risks as well for investors. Investors do not want to have very high risk reputation. And by having all of these policies in place, it means they are reducing their risks. And in this case, like for example, we really want to have free prior informed consent, but also ensuring mitigation hierarchy to avoid any kind of like damage when it comes to biodiversity. But also we would like to have third-party audit, in this case, like to make sure that there is responsible supply chain, but also referring to standards, because like for example, there is IRMA who have a very high standards when it comes to all of these issues. And we also really want to make sure that there is disclosure, because as for now, there is EU battery regulations, ESG is mandatory, CS-DDD, everything is now on the table, and companies really have to make sure they are following all of these regulations. And not to mention that we also would like to see that investors have a time bound when it comes to deforestation time bound, when it will be cut down. Like, for example, certain year that there will be no more deforestation from the mining sectors. And what is also important for us is like to make sure that indigenous people will always be consulted, and it has to be very meaningful processes. And for this work, RFN is not only working for investors, but we are also looking for studies. We produce studies such as benchmarking to make sure that all of these companies will raise to be better performer when it comes to the responsible supply chain. We're looking at a lot of automakers, but also EV battery manufacturers. And on the other hand, we also just released a report at the New York Climate Week, when we put, this is very useful for investors when it comes to data sets with the assets that they own for oil and gas, but also mining, with the overlay of 14 layers of data sets when it comes to very important biodiversity ecosystem, including mangrove and peatlands. This is a tool or instrument that could be used by investors to make sure where is the risk and what is their potential risk in order to reduce the risk. So I'll stop here and thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Wow. There's a lot of the very inspiration for us to continue, especially how to not only put the national strategy, but business strategy, investor strategy, and also how to link the different countries' policies, especially the trade policy, like the battery passport, how does those kind of the trade-related policy to impact the whole supply chain from the user, business user to the explorer. So, and also appreciate the 14 layers tools to help the business risk management beforehand, before they draw the decision. And now, when we talk about the critical mineral, people will think of, oh, most of the company are from China. So today we're also very honored to invite the Mr. Yang Chun, to join us for sharing what they have been doing right now and also what is expecting for the future.
Thank you. I'm Chun Yang from Central South University. I'm engaged in research and activities conducted by the Center for Biodiversity Research and Promotion in mining of Central South University, is known as CBNM. And also a member of expert group supporting mining and biodiversity activities led by Responsible Critical Mineral Initiative, is known as RCI. Regarding to mainstream biodiversity in mining sectors daily operation, I'd like to share our exploring and actions from three aspects. And the first one, expansion of knowledge and correct understanding. We organized training sessions to interpret the international framework like Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and introduce the case studies for biodiversity conservation in mining sectors for companies. And also we organized a workshop to promote the communication between the mining and the biodiversity conservation experts to make a synergy of cross-disciplinary knowledge for effective solutions. At the second, applicable guideline for the industry, the development of guidelines for biodiversity in the mining industry was carried out by RCR in collaboration with Central South University Wildlife Conservation Society (WIR), Chinese Research Academy of Environmental Sciences, China Enfei Engineering Corporation, and other partner organizations, as well as industry experts. The guideline applies to enterprises related to mining supply chain and that have impacts on biodiversity, as well as local communities and other stakeholders affected by such impacts. The guidelines are in consultation stage to hear the feedback and suggestions for further improvement. And the last one, the collaboration platform. RCI's members are upstream and downstream companies in the critical mineral supply chain with a common goal of addressing social, environmental, governance risk in the mining sector. CSU is one of China's most influential universities in mining and metal field. There are organizations such as WCS, WII, who have extensive knowledge and implementation experiences in biodiversity conservation. It's critical to combine strengths of various parties. That's why the Center for Biodiversity Research and Promotion in mining came out. Through systematic research, technical innovation, educational training, CB&M plans to provide enterprises with biodiversity conservation strategies and technical support through the entire process of mine. That's a key message I'd like to share for this part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen Yang. And it's also really encouraged that the university, Central South University in China, is very famous for whole supply chain designing of the mining. They have all of the disciplines in the mining related department. So when we work in China, discuss with the mining sector, we found that is a two totally different group, biodiversity group and mining group, how to build up the bridge. So the university play very leading role that is to put the biodiversity knowledge or training into the university. That is the first step to bridge the gap. And also we can see the future. How can we work together and also establish the center for mining and biodiversity? Congratulations, and also we need to work more on that. And finally, that is a really important people in our panel list. That is from the three basins, representative from the three basins. Richard Soffel, scientist, forest management and climate change. Mr. Soffel, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Richard Suffo. I work for C4 Aircraft. I'm a scientist there. My area of expertise is mainly forest management, and C4 Aircraft is an international organization working mainly on tropical zone where we have many projects here in Latin America, in Central Africa, and also in Southeast Asia. So my point here will be mainly to bring or to map the context of mining sector in Congo Basin or in Central Africa, where we have different activity going on. As the chair mentioned at the beginning of his speech, the Congo Basin or Central Africa is a huge zone where we have mining activity, and it represents almost 70% of world cobalt production, and 30% of titanium, and 20% of manganese. And you have almost many minerals there. But the situation in the field is mostly different from all the different regions, mainly because those activities going in the field are mostly done without sometimes the clip or the prior consent of the local people. And they are the mostly concerned people in the field because they depend on resources and rivers and also on forests surrounding them. And the biodiversity is rarely taken in account from the activities from industry in the field, mainly because they are sometimes, let's say, artisanal mining instead of industrial mining. Some of the industry there are trying to cope with environmental issue because they take in account, for example, some environmental decision with the government. They try to go within those rules and see if they can comply with the government activity. But you know, sometimes in Central Africa, government mostly rely on natural resources, and these natural resources, the mining is the most important. And you know, they are sometimes have some dilemma. In one hand, they want to protect the biodiversity, but in other hands also they want to make money to build up their countries. And for example, in the field, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the government of DRC, Congo Democratic Republic, has raised up some block of mining activity in, let's say, in protected area there were a huge amount of NGOs going against this, but it was also the right of the government to see how they can have more incentive and more money from those activities. And then the local people are mostly chase or drive away from their zone where they live without their consent, and almost force sometimes to leave their forest and live in the surrounding zone. But there are some activities that are made in the field to arrange all this, mostly because the government in Central Africa, through the Commission of Forests of Central Africa, are trying to put together these actors to bring some solutions and to see with, let's say, industry or investor, how to bring in some norms that will bring together all these stakeholders to work together, and mostly to see how they can involve the local people or local government in the activity of mining prior to the exploitation, because today they need to mostly to bring up this actor and put together the investor, the government, and the local community that are sometimes not really involved on this activity. So my point to finish is that we need to encourage this global initiative bring up by these investors or companies working on mining activities, and to see how the government and countries managing the resources can be also can take into account the local activities and local interests of indigenous people. So I will stop here so that we can have more discussion later. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. That is really show us that the dilemma in the developing country. From China, we just very understandable that's the situation. That is just pass through that part. And how can China working together with Africa in the critical mineral, and also set up the kind of the collaboration, providing the renewables for the global transition. That is quite important. And Africa continent is very promising. And also how can use the natural resources to build up the capacity, build up the new industry for the future. And it's quite important. That is the need to collaboration in or joint together working in this regard. Thank you very much. And how many times do we have? Only 5 minutes. So let's thank you, the all panelists, for sharing that what we heard, that is not only put the biodiversity, climate, and people norms or standards in the decision making, in the strategy, in the national level strategy, but also the investors and also the companies. So three different stakeholders need to work together and also closely with the local community. So that is the need to benefit the transition, benefit for people, nature, and climate. Thank you very much for the whole panelists. And finally, I would like to invite our MD, Managing Director from World Resources Institute, who is in charge of the International Office Collaboration, Audrey Lobo, to give us the closing remarks. Thank you, the panelists.
Yes. Thank you to all, and thank you to the panelists. I think we are here into a very significant challenge for us, one more for the humanity, right? Which is these critical minerals really are part of the transition. The new minerals, cobalt, nickel, they are absolutely vital for the clean technology in terms of energy, but at the same time, we know that many of the sources are in these places that we want to care so much about. So it's very significant what we have here, having collaboration from many sectors and also from many different points of view, different countries. I always appreciate how can we work together with the supply countries plus the ones that we have the supply and demand side, so that we can come to standards that can really have supply chains that are okay for both sides, and especially that take care into very good care of the communities that are in the places where this is happening. We don't have a very good history of mining, therefore how we develop those standards, how we apply them, and how we make the whole supply chain a very sustainable one for climate, for nature, and for people is substantial. So thank you very much. Thank you, Fang Li, for moderating the panel, and thanks for all of you for having, for contributing. And I hope this is just the one small part, and many of us will be working together during the few next years to develop these standards and to be able to come to a much better economy for our people and for our planet. Thank you very much. Fast,
Yeah. Okay, thank you, everybody, and looking forward to close collaboration with you. And we have an office in China. When you come to China, please visit us. And also, we also have an office in Congo, in Ethiopia, in India, Indonesia. We have 12 offices in the world. Yeah, and Mexico, Colombia. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come behind you. Amazing! Lovely to meet you.
Should I? Just test? This one? Hello? Oh, yep, that's definitely working. I'm hoping that the people outside will start to quieten down a little bit, but I know that it's been a break. But I'm just checking you can kind of hear me okay in the room. Good, good enough. Thank you all for joining us today on this session on human rights due diligence with an environmental lens. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jennifer Black. I'm the Nature Transformation Lead at the World Benchmarking Alliance. And I'm joined here today by Mateo Salazar Rodriguez, who's a partner at KPMG España. We have Laura Hillis, the Director of Climate, Environment and Responsible Investment at the Church of England Pension Board. And we have Jean-François Timmers, Policy and Advocacy Lead for Deforestation and Conversion-Free Supply Chains at WWF International. And before we get started, I do want to acknowledge that we're very much all from kind of one side of the due diligence process. We were supposed to be joined today by another speaker, a lawyer actually working on litigation against companies from Mexico. Unfortunately, he didn't receive his Blue Zone accreditation, so he couldn't be here with us. But I just want to acknowledge that there are some important voices and pieces of the puzzle that are not with us in the room. So we're going to work on that next time we host an event on this subject. So it's a bit sad that they couldn't be here. But just to take a step back really quickly before we get into the panel itself, why are we talking about human rights due diligence at COP? Why are we looking at it in the nature benchmark? Where's this kind of come from? So back in 2011, the UN Guiding Principles obviously set out that business has a responsibility on human rights. And it set out kind of what's the responsibility of business and of states. And that was quite a useful framework. It didn't specifically mention the environment, but fast forward 11 years, and the UN recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And that has kind of cemented the extension that human rights due diligence has to take an environmental lens because certain environmental rights are human rights. But at the same time, there's been this whole process for decades where essentially expectations and expertise and frameworks around human rights and the environment have developed in parallel, separately, sometimes intersecting, often not intersecting. And now we reach a point where we know that they have to intersect. We're at COP16, and the Global Biodiversity Framework explicitly calls for a human rights-based implementation of the framework. It specifically mentions the rights of indigenous people and the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We can't keep these two worlds apart too much longer. From my side, it was pretty difficult to get panelists who actually felt comfortable to speak about human rights who were present at the COP. I kept reaching out to people who I speak to every day, and they were like, oh, I'm not actually going to be there, and my colleague doesn't feel well informed enough to talk about this like on a panel. So we're definitely still in a silo, and that's why we wanted to kind of host this event today, because there's pretty fast evolving expectations for companies. We know that CSDDD is asking companies to look at due diligence from a human rights and environmental perspective. There's more and more environmental litigation coming up, against companies who are kind of failing to do that in a proper way. So there's quite a lot of need and also demand for the two worlds to kind of come together. And from my perspective, from the World Benchmarking Alliance, for those of you who don't know us, what we do is assess how really large companies are performing on different transformations that need to happen for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I lead the Nature Benchmark, which has looked at how more than 800 companies, large, multinational, influential companies from high-impact sectors like metals and mining, textiles and apparel, food and agriculture. How are these companies doing on a range of environmental and social indicators? So the results offer a kind of snapshot of the implementation of human rights due diligence with an environmental focus. And the results, I'm always the bringer of bad news at these things, and I'm always looking for the positive message. The results are pretty shocking. So we've looked at over 800 of these major companies. 72% of them score 0 on all the indicators related to implementation of human rights due diligence. 72%. That's like crazy. And it gets worse when we realize that only 5% have assessed and disclosed how their operations impact on nature. Because if you don't understand your relationship with nature, how can you understand what human rights risks that's creating? So we see that there's a void, but we do see that there's business interest in wanting to sort of bring these worlds together, which we're going to come on to. So after giving a sort of very quick introduction into the topic, let's turn to our speakers before you're all incredibly bored of my voice. So first I want to turn to Matteo, because I'm really interested in sort of, have you seen a growth in interest in this from your clients? And how are they looking at bringing together human rights and environmental considerations in their sort of strategies and projects?
Great, thanks. Thanks, Jenny. So, yes, absolutely. There is an increase in interest in this, but let me start with a few caveats. I'm a partner in KPMG in Spain, and so I'm going to bring in a very Euro perspective, which is not by any means a global perspective. So having said that, with working with my clients, I have seen a very increasing demand in services related to due diligence, because for 3 reasons maybe. And let me start, or let me divide the question into 2. First, interest in human rights and nature, and then the interest in the intersection between the two, because I think it's slightly different phenomena. On nature and human rights, of course, there is the regulatory tsunami from the EU Commission, and generally speaking, the EU is really interested and has launched a bunch of directives and regulations related to due diligence, starting with, of course, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is asking companies to start looking upstream and downstream their value chains and find material impacts, risks, and opportunities. That has been basically the birth or the cornerstone of interest from companies in these types of stuff. Now we know that there, and then ancillary to that, there is of course the EU deforestation regulation, as well as the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which all creates a lot of interest in value chains, generally speaking. And then we have the CS3D, which I think it's what we know, the due diligence directive, which is creating a whole new level of interest, and that we hope is going to start kicking in by 2028. So especially in big companies. So regulation has been amazingly useful in creating interest. Then of course we have reputation, as you said. We've seen a few scandals recently on both from an environmental perspective as well as a human rights perspective, which has created a lot of interest. And then finally the market. The market in itself is creating incentives from like banks are starting to ask a lot of questions about due diligence. If they want to get green loans, then you of course have your clients, but also supply chain disruptions is, I think, one, as I think I've done about 100 different double materiality assessments for different companies, and supply chain disruption always sits in the very top far right of that matrix that we've all seen. That's every single company finds supply chain disruption a very material thing from an impact perspective as well as from a financial perspective. So it is an increasingly important topic. And then when we think about as I said, so that's, I guess, the why companies care about human rights and environment. And why do they care about the two things? It's, I guess, there is an efficiency thing to it. Like once you start doing a stakeholder and right holder engagement, you might as well ask about everything at once. And that's, I guess, one of the reasons why a lot of companies are doing this. There's also a risk management perspective. There are feedback loops and compounding effects that you have to take into account when looking at the two things, because you might as well be doing something that is great for human rights that is not good for the environment, and then vice versa, right? You might be doing something great for the environment which is not great for human rights, and that has created a bunch of reputational phenomenon that are reputational events that have bolstered that interest in thinking about this in a cross-cutting way. And how are they thinking, or how are companies doing this? There is that the CS3D. I think that's one of the great things about these directives, that basically give you a blueprint for doing these types of analysis, and basically everyone starts, of course, by the double materiality assessment, and then they get into like gaps, because regulation basically gives you, once you start building like a gap analysis of where you are and where the regulation is asking you to be, that's a great way for companies to start identifying where they need to work on, and also how they should prioritize their analysis. But yeah, I leave it at that, and then I'll work on that a bit more.
Perfect, thank you. And you mentioned the EU deforestation regulations. So with that, I wanted to turn to Jean. Obviously, working in the space of deforestation-free and conversion-free supply chains, this is really at the sharp end of where human rights and environment often meet. So I wondered how this kind of comes into your work specifically.
Yeah, I think we are more and more needing to make awareness that deforestation is deforesting people. Like, there's not all the aspects of human rights, but one critical one is the space to live, an identity space, an identity, livelihood space. There is no empty area. So every time there is an expansion of commodity, it is entering someone's house, or someone's backyard, someone's reference, an identity. And this is massive. And it's not just some isolated accident. It is a modus operandi. This is how it works. It's systematic. And so we have worked very much on having, in the voluntary base, and a better awareness of that, and we worked when creating the accountability framework to include the dimension of human rights as one of the 3 pillars of the accountability framework. So deforestation, the conversion of non-forest ecosystems, and human rights. But even then, it's not clear, because we then have a chapter of how things that need to happen at the level of human rights on one side, and on controlling deforestation on the other side, and conversion on the other side. And the connection is still not there. But no, it's a question of knowledge and so on. I live in Brazil, so I'm seeing things happen every time. And during the time that we were advocating for the UDR, it was striking to see the indigenous people representations extremely active in advocating for these legislations to consider the human rights, but not all, to consider traceability. The fact that you are having traceability to the farm level allows you to connect an impact to a buyer. And at this moment, we are having a lot of issues happening on the ground, and you have a lot of silos and commodities being produced there, but no one is responsible for what happened on this place. No one is recognizing and acknowledging that they are buying from these places. And that is the game changer. And also, we believe that this is one of the main reasons there are so much resistance to that requirement of traceability. It's not because it's expensive, it's not because it's difficult, it's not easy, but it's not absolutely not unsurmountable difficulty. It's because it is connecting impacts with buyers. And so we are willing to go deeper in that and really making a very strong connection between human rights protection, territories protection, and traceability to the level of the farm.
That's super. Thank you so much for showing how this can really link back to an impact and linking the accountability of that impact to a certain actor. So Laura, I wondered if we could just turn to you. Obviously, from the perspective of a financial institution, you're kind of one step removed from a lot of those impacts, but also have a big responsibility to sort of make sure that you're also acting responsibly. So I wondered how you've been engaging companies in your portfolio and on these topics, and what kind of policies and how you're approaching it overall as an organization.
Thank you, and thanks for convening this discussion. I think it's really important to make sure we're thinking about human rights, and particularly the rights of Indigenous communities when we're thinking about, how we're going to finance the transition to nature positive and make, halt and reverse biodiversity loss. So the first thing I wanted to say was I work for a small pension fund based in the UK, and because of our link to the Church of England, we've had a really long-standing commitment to responsible and ethical investment. So we really try and be at the forefront on these topics as much as we can be. And so the way we think about these topics is probably across 3 levels. So the first level is portfolio level. So what I'm thinking about here is how do we understand where the risks are? And that comes into how we screen, but also how we appoint our asset managers. So all of our assets as an asset owner are managed by asset managers. So if we want to make sure these considerations are being built in, we actually just need to put it in the contracts that we have with asset managers and think about it when we're appointing asset managers. So we'll be basically having conversations, interviewing with these asset managers and saying, how do you approach these topics when you're looking at these investments? Then the second part is screening. So we try and get as much good data as we can on what companies are doing globally, particularly across our whole portfolio, really, but you tend to get better data on listed companies, I would say. And then we use that to apply that to screening and exclusion. And what I mean by that, for those of you who aren't finance people in the room, is whether or not we invest in a company. We have quite a long excluded list at the pensions board, but what we try and do is always engage with the company first before we decide to put them on the list. So we'll go to them and we'll say, hey, we know that this issue is happening. We know it either because we got this screening information via one of our data providers, or perhaps we found out a different way. Sometimes NGOs will come to us directly and let us know that something is happening, and if we own the company, we'll try and engage. And we'll only divest if we really feel that company either won't talk to us, which does happen sometimes, or if they basically refuse to put in place the remediation or the appropriate due diligence or the other expectations that we've set out. So that's our screening process. The second process is engagement. So where a company is in the portfolio, about 40% of our portfolio is public equity. So we actively steward that. And I say that, I'm pointing this out because it's actually a bit unusual for asset owners to do their own stewardship. Often they pass that on to asset managers, but we do it ourselves because we have this long-standing commitment to responsible investment. We want to vote all of our own shares. We want to turn up to AGMs and look the directors of boards in the eye and say, hey, we like what you're doing here. We don't like what you're doing here. Please do differently or do better. So we do a lot of really active stewardship across our team as much as we can. And then the last level that I want to talk about is the systemic level. So we're subscribers to the idea that we are universal owners, which means that we own a slice in the whole economy. And I think this is a really great ethos if you want to take a lot of responsibility and you really want to be thinking about how different risks play out across the whole economy and really pushing forward. The problem with it is it means everything that happens is your problem because you effectively own a little bit of everything. And so it means that we have a lot of different issues that we look at, particularly systemic risks that we think will play out long term. And I'm just going to provide a quick example of what we've done in practice on one of these. So as many people would know, in the last 10 years, there's been a couple of major disasters that have happened in South America where tailings dams collapsed. Samarco and Brumadinho are the two main examples, but there have been other tailings dams collapsed around the world. And the issue there fundamentally is one where companies haven't put in place the appropriate safety and engineering protocols to manage those waste sites appropriately. And they're fundamentally failures of governance. But some of these happen to very large listed companies that have a lot of responsible investors as shareholders. And so when that happened, we, with other investors, we worked with the PRI, we also worked with UNEP, set up a process which was very much led by the Church of England Pensions Board, but bringing a lot of other asset owners in particular with us, and asset managers. We set up a process to try and figure out what we could do to actually put in place standards and processes to stop this from happening in the future. And so that resulted in a multi-year engagement where we developed something called the Global Standard for Tailings Dams Management, which is now being turned into a global institute which will actually manage not only getting companies to make commitments, so mining companies to make commitments to report to the standard, but also actually actively benchmarking and providing that information about how companies are managing their tailings facilities. And it includes a global database of where all of the tailings facilities are in the world so that you can actually see that companies are putting in place appropriate mechanisms to deal with that and adhering with the standard. And the reason that's so important is it links back to this discussion. When those dams collapsed, this wasn't just a human rights disaster, it clearly was. Many, many hundreds of people lost their lives, people lost their communities, their homes. They're still rebuilding from those disasters. But they were also huge ecological disasters as well. They lost huge amounts of primary rainforest, but also my understanding is a lot of the rivers and water sources were destroyed in those disasters. So I think it really brings back the point that often these issues are really interconnected. And so if you want to actually respond to them, you need to take that systemic root cause approach.
Thank you so much for that and for giving a couple of examples of disasters that have happened here in the region, because I think certainly I sit in the Netherlands and sometimes these topics feel very far away when I'm sitting in front of my laptop screen, but I think sitting here in Cali, all of us feel the connection that sometimes gets lost somewhere in documents being in different places or experts being in different places. So I wanted to come back to you, Jean, to think about, obviously you're based in Brazil, and I was wondering if you could share a little bit more about what particular opportunities or challenges there also are in this sort of human rights due diligence with an environmental focus specifically in the region.
So I see two examples. One is the data. So there is a lot of, the data is not systematized on human rights issue and on territories. So there are some availability of data and on some statistics, very hardly gained, but having them precisely mapped is critical for being able to connect these issues with specific farms and buyers. That's one thing. The other one is that I remember, it's not just in Brazil. I remember someone from indigenous people in Indonesia saying there is a difference between legality and legitimacy, because there are lots of rights are not recognized. So and there is a discussion now on soil as well. So many indigenous land were not officially recognized, and their limits were not defined. There are communities that are in, I would say, traditional communities living from centuries in different places sustainably, that they kind of originating from original settlers together with indigenous remnants, or together with Afro-descendant people, and they are having a sustainable way of living. They are not having a legal recognition of any specificity of recognition of their right. They are not indigenous land that they would have a legal recognition. They are not Afro-descendant communities, but don't have. So what about these people? And so there is a very big effort on allowing a spatial governance to be taken up by representatives of these communities themselves. Now, most of people have a cell phone with a GPS, with the pictures, and there are now platforms that allow communities to put themselves on the map and localize themselves, and these information to be gathered and actually through the demand of these new legislations like due diligence legislation. We have a mechanism in the UDR, it's called substantiated concern, which is like communities can express and NGOs can express to the EU, oh, there is this issue happening in that place. Can you provide us information on whether there is commodity from these places that are entering the EU? And so we are trying to figure out how this is going to happen. And but then it leads to another challenge. It's access to information. So if the due diligence in the EU and other legislation is made and you're having a conversation between authorities and companies, but they are not really have an independent access to information to check, then you lose a bit of the strength of these mechanisms. So there is a lot of requirement of having access to polygons, to have access to geo-referenced information also on the sourced areas for these commodities. It can be anonymized, and this is, of course, having a lot of resistance from the business because, oh, this is our supply base, our concurrence, our competition will know where we find. But it can be done in a certain way that it's anonymized. It can be also having a delay of some years. But companies should know that eventually these polygons will be having access, will be made public for people to check on the ground whether these polygons are overlapping with issues, with territories, or with anything that has happened on the ground. I think it's a very exciting moment where we might unveil a practice of untransparency that has endured for centuries and very much related to colonialism in general and the expansion of that kind of economy in all over the planet. Thank you.
Well, as a moderator, there's nothing better than when the speakers set up the segues for you. So you've brought it back to EU regulation, and I wanted to turn to Matteo, obviously with your EU-focused, EU-based clients. You know, what are they really struggling with at the moment? What's the question that they're coming to you being like, help me, please?
There are a number of questions. I'll focus on three of them, I would say. One is the point that you raised about data quality and third-party assurance, right? Like if you ask, on average, an EU company has about 1,000 suppliers between tier 1, about tier 1 and tier 2. So it's a big endeavor to reach out to 1,000 companies, and usually those 1,000 companies have varying levels of sophistication. So if you ask them, what are you doing? If you ask a company somewhere, what are you doing on human rights? They often come to you with like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not my problem. I read that in the news and that's it. So asking them to give you traceable information that can be assured by an auditor, it's one of the key challenges that the companies are facing right now. The second issue is, as you mentioned, these like human rights and environment have developed in parallel and have not talked to each other. And within companies that has also happened, right? There are silos within companies. So I'm a consultant. I go to a company, and it's usually one person who hires me and tells me, like the sustainability person or the compliance person, look, man, I have a problem, CSRD or CS3D. I need to comply with that. And then you start digging around, and you find people that have done stuff around human rights and environment in the sustainability department, in the procurement department, in the legal. So and they have done things that don't talk to each other. So aligning those, it's another key issue. And the third, I would say, is around the use of information technology. Companies realize that this has to be solved with tools, software, but it's not. There is not one vendor or one software solution that can help you with everything. So that's another issue that companies come to us quite often with, like how do you use technology for this? And let me see if I'm missing something. All right, yeah. And then the integration of this into risk maps. That's something very important as well. Because the only way you can look at this from a cross-cutting perspective, a comprehensive perspective, is including human rights and environmental issues into the risk maps. And it's very difficult to do that because it's difficult to quantify, it's difficult to align people, and it's difficult to get this all the way up to the board to start making strategic decisions around these issues. So that's another challenge that our companies are asking for help with.
Perfect, thank you. And I'll just turn to Laura for a final question from me before I open it up to all of you guys. Because you mentioned the role that you play in also kind of galvanizing action by other investors when you spot that there's a problem. And I wondered, from your perspective, what more is needed to kind of accelerate and spur on more action from other investors? Like, what has really helped you bring them on board? But also, I guess, the responsibility can't all be on your shoulders as a small pension fund. So kind of what else needs to be there?
Yeah, thank you. I'll give another example because I always think they're a bit more fun. So we just put out a statement the other day on biodiversity in the lead up to COP16 with 27 asset owners. So we led that process to bring them together. And the reason that we did that is because if you think about how nature risks are going to play out, they are going to play out over short-term, medium-term, but particularly long-term time horizons. Our youngest pension member is going to retire in the year 2070, and hopefully that person will live until the end of this century. And we will be paying their pension that whole time. Think about what the world is going to look like then. It's going to be very different in 2070. And so the difference between institutions like ours that are asset owners that have those liabilities and have that responsibility to our beneficiaries over those long-term horizons is that we really need to be thinking about those big risks now. And we need to be thinking about how we can effectively address them, not just understand them through risk and not just understand them through disclosure. We actually need to go a bit further than that. And so we brought this group of asset owners together because we recognise, as you say, we're a small pension fund. There's not much we can do. We only manage £3.3 billion in assets under management, so that's quite small. And so really bringing the rest of the asset owner community with us is a really important way of doing that. But the other thing that's important is, increasingly in our sector, we're seeing nature and climate experts in roles, human rights experts in in-house roles, which is great. But fundamentally, we need to be talking to academics, we need to be talking to scientists, we need to be talking to human rights researchers, experts, and defenders if we really want to understand what's going on. And as shareholders, I think we have a really unique role to play in terms of convening spaces where we can bring shareholders who have that, not just the responsibility as the steward of the company, the owner of the company, but that responsibility to our beneficiaries over that long-term horizon that I was talking about, to actually set up those forums to have really difficult conversations about how we're going to address some of these issues and making sure that we are actually operating at that root cause level. And so I don't quite know what the next stage for that, the statement that we launched the other day was basically a new thing for us. We're looking at seeing if there is a role for asset owners working together to really focus on biodiversity. We don't know exactly what the next steps will be. If there's anyone who is an asset owner in the audience, please come and talk to me if you want to join. I would love more people. But what we're thinking is what we would like to do is actually focus on those root cause issues and the things where we see that looks like that's going to be a problem in a short period of time. And I think one of the things that I really think is going to be a problem is this question of how do we make sure we're incorporating human rights? Because you can already see there's the beginnings, and it started to happen already in very specific circumstances, where you have companies, and I'll give another mining example, companies that are wanting to maybe pull iron ore out of the ground, or they're wanting to access copper or lithium, and there are already starting to be issues with either environment and they're doing that for climate reasons, right? It's in their climate transition plan. They're trying to become, the providers of the transition materials we need for net zero. Great, love that. But we also need to be thinking about the human rights and environmental implications of some of these decisions and not putting one as a priority over the other two. And I think that's really, really important.
Perfect. Well, with that, I think we have a roaming mic here. So I would love to hear any questions that we have from the audience. It can be for the panelists or for me. I'd like to open it up. It's always very hard to get the ball rolling with the first question.
Sorry, Jenny, the question will be for the panelists, to whoever wants to answer, but it would be great to hear a perspective from each of you is, how do you ensure that stakeholders, but more particularly right holders, are legitimately included in the due diligence processes?
I can start. I think for us it's quite hard to do that, partly because we're often several steps away from where those discussions are happening. What we try and do foundationally is get the kind of the basics right first. So we'd look at a company that we're talking to, and we would try and make sure that they have some foundational commitments and that consideration and approvals processes have really clear links to their board. So we really want that to be embedded in their whole governance, not just the responsibility of kind of one random department, if that makes sense. And it's partly because we want to make sure that the board are actually directly responsible for the decisions that are being made and then can be held directly accountable by their shareholders. So that's foundationally important. The second thing is we look for really detailed disclosures. And so you want to be getting really clear action plans, really clear disclosures. You also want, when companies commit to going and doing something, they'll say, hey, we're going to run a consultation process on X, Y, or Z. You want them to disclose very clearly the outcomes of that process within a really defined time frame. So it's having really specific asks of them like that over time. And then I'd say lastly, this is a really random thing to say, but when you've done stewardship for a long time with companies, you can tell when they're not telling you the truth because they give you really vague answers and they talk in high level, like they talk in platitudes, very high level, very optimistic, very, not very detailed. But you know when they've actually done the work because they'll give you really weird examples. They'll be like, oh, we were talking with this community and we actually found out that there's this teachers group and they're doing this. And once you start hearing those examples, you actually know they're doing the work. That's quite a difficult thing to do on scale, though. That's really only something you can do when you're actually directly engaging with companies, which we only have the capacity to do with kind of in an intensive way less than 100 companies per year, I would say. So it's not something you can scale easily. But that's kind of where you've got those really, those companies you're really concerned about. That's where I think those discussions can be quite helpful.
Yeah, and building on that, we need to ensure channels where people can express directly what they are, what happens and what their complaints are and so on. So this channel needs to be existing and not going through elements or entities that have conflict of interest about this. But of course, another element is, of course, critical is the self-organization. So we realize, for instance, in the discussion in EUDR, there's been a whole narrative of companies saying that the requirement of transparency and traceability would harm the rights of smallholders or make them being expelled from the supply chain or being outcasts and so on. But every time the smallholders had an independent voice, they said, no, we want to be present. We want to have a name and an address. We want to be subject and be able to require fair treatments, fair prices, and so on, because at this moment we are invisible. And when we are invisible, then actually, who speaks on your behalf? And so that is a very critical element. Another element to also overcome that invisibility, of course, is through these substantiated concerns. That is legal in the EUDR. But this kind of channel of self-expression, oh, this is happening here, whoever is concerned should look at that, can happen independently of any legislation. And it can be set up also as kind of an ombudsman by companies themselves. It's not so difficult. And I think you could have, of course, it's a bit, statistically, you can have some red light tickling in some places, showing that, yeah, you need to have a concern and then you go to the companies, oh, this is happening here. Who is sourcing from these places? What is happening here? And so on. And then go deeper and in details on the concreteness of what happens. Even if you cannot do that systematically, you need to have a channel where these things can pop up and then be taken up on. A last element is, in the discussion of traceability and on this legislation, there is a new concept that was emerging, which is a negligible risk. The amount of conflicts, because the land conflicts are not solved in the short term. they endure for generations. People are still fighting in these places, surrounded by farms and trying to survive and so on. So there is a very, very high risk to companies in places that apparently are quiet because deforestation is not happening anymore. And so this is why, where again, data on what happens on the ground, on the litigancies, on the conflicts is absolutely critical. Thank you.
Just one thing I forgot to say as well, sorry, is investors should also talk directly to affected communities. They don't do it enough, and they should do a lot more of that. It's just hard because, you know, travel, greenhouse gas emissions, all of that stuff, but I think as much as shareholders can do that, they should do it.
Yeah, a very, let's say, theoretical answer to your question about how it's like, I mean, there are two aspects to your question. First is who you ask, and the second is how you ask it. Like who do you involve in your stakeholder and right holder engagement, and then how you involve them. So the first one on who, it's all about how you map your value chain, like how companies map their value chains and how they identify risks and basically interfaces with nature and interfaces with vulnerable populations. So that exercise needs to be very rigorous in order for it to be legitimate. And then how you ask it, I think the FPIC concept is quite interesting about free, prior, and informed. It sounds a lot easier said than done because there are all sorts of like challenges for making sure that you're involving them in a way that for them to consent in a free, prior, and informed manner. But those would be, I think, the two key aspects that you need to take into account.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more very quick question, if there is anything else burning in the room. But if not, thank you very much for our panel. I sort of distilled it down into a few key points. So the regulatory expectations, the reputational expectations, and market incentives are shifting. So companies really need to be getting their heads around this. There's a sincere need for more knowledge transfer between experts within the same organizations, between different organizations, between different groups. We can't solve this in our little silos. And thirdly, I'd just love to finish with a quote from Jean of legality is not legitimacy. And I think that is probably the key takeaway for me from this session. For anyone who's interested in this, UNDP has just published a really fantastic guide for business on how to conduct human rights due diligence with an environmental lens. We'd hoped to have them on the panel. Unfortunately, they had a schedule conflict, but I really recommend that you check out that guidance. It's really excellent. For any companies in the room, World Benchmarking Alliance is going to be hosting some learning sessions on this topic in the new year. And for any policymakers, today we just published a policy brief using a lot of data from the Nature benchmark. So what are these 800 companies doing? And what does this mean in terms of potential policy gaps or unintended consequences? So lots still to be done, but thank you all for joining us here today, and especially to our lovely panel.
Thank you.
So dear friends, good afternoon. Since we have limited time, I suggest that we start and get us to business. So my name is Boris Serg, and I'm Regional Director of the IUCN International Union for Conservation of Nature, one of the partners here for Europe. And I will be moderating the session for which we have a 50 minutes. We've prepared a quite rich agenda with distinguished speakers. And yeah, so we can just go and move on. Basically, we will have one introductory intervention, and then we will have 6 distinguished speakers in the panel setting, and hopefully we'll have some time to open for questions and answers. And I would really like to thank you all for selecting this event among many that are taking place. So yeah, so once again, welcome. I'm very honored really to open this session of on nature in the city, toward nature positive buildings and urbanization. As the title suggests, so it's looking for solutions, looking for options in an urbanized, in an ever more increasingly urbanized environment. And numbers that we all know, that half of the population has already moved to urban areas, and that is to grow. So really, we are to look into what kind of solution, what kind of options we have in the way how in this world and in the way how things unfold. So what are the opportunities for us to create innovative solutions that really integrate nature into built environments throughout the cycle, from planning to execution, and how we can really accelerate some of the transformations that take place with nature, biodiversity really being integrated in that cycle. At the heart of this lies the concept of nature positive urbanization, which means that building cities that not only minimize a threat and harm to nature, but actually very actively integrate some of the dimensions and some of the considerations and contribute to biodiversity recovery, to the extent possible. Certainly one of the things, and that's what we'll see, of course, I mean, that's very much underlying this event today is partnership. So that's one of the key words for this is partnership. And we will see an array of speakers and, of course, partners behind this event. And more broadly, of course, a nature positive initiative as one of the key drivers into this direction that really brings together the private sector, of course, authorities and local governments, civil society and science and research, different types of authorities in that regard. What we are looking for is nature positive urbanization, and that's this event today will discuss about. The Nature Positive Initiative is a prime example of this collaborative approach that we need and creates this common vision contributing to the global biodiversity framework and trying to help assist in reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. So it's really kind of, how can we make nature more central to decision-making processes in urban planning and development. Yeah, the cities, local governments, urban planners, they really need to collaborate. They do collaborate, so that's something that we will also showcase today. And on prioritizing biodiversity-friendly urban design and encourage some of the works that's been already done. There is a lot of assistance, there is a lot of guidance and then growing knowledge, and certainly to mention Task Force for Natural Related Finance Disclosures and the Science-Based Target Network and their guidance for cities and nature science-based targets. To complement those targets, we need an approach that recognizes metrics and targets associated with priority actions, such as those laid in WBSCSD's roadmap to nature positive for the built environment. And then certainly that sustainable sourcing, which is a very important part of this cycle, like timber glass and cement and concrete are very important as part of the circular economy responses that help avoid and reduce negative impact. So
these few introductory words from me, just to set a stage and really welcome all of you and all the speakers, and hopefully we'll have a fruitful session. Without further ado, and then moving to the next slide, and I will invite Xiumen Wang. She is a senior urban specialist at the World Bank, and she will set a scene and say more a little bit about the importance of cities and building industry to achieve those nature-positive developments. So, Xiumen, please.
Thank you, Boris, and thank you very much for inviting me, invite the World Bank to be part of the panel. In fact, IUCN and the World Bank started talking about collaboration on urban nature since 2019. So we are very pleased to see this partnership going stronger and stronger. So thank you, and we very much look forward to strengthening our collaboration. So one thing I want to share with you, just some few thoughts to set the stage. And the first is that why urban nature, they invest in nature matters, and then what is missing, and why matters. So for the World Bank, we do a lot of urban infrastructure investment. You look at the portfolio of across different region countries, it's about build, build, build. And whenever we go, we have investment portfolio building roads, building buildings. Of course, it's very important because that's make the cities function. And we never say great urban infrastructure is not important. It's absolutely critical, in particular for many developing country cities, that urban infrastructure is lacking. They do not even have wastewater treatment plants. There are so many sewage systems need to be built, and so many roads need to be built. But one thing that we have seen, have also realized, not only the World Bank and also across the world, is that whether the city is just about great urban infrastructure. And also, and then we, of course, have seen that more cities build parks. It's very nice to have. But as climate change worsens, and the question is that when we talk about green and blue, green spaces, blue water, the lakes and ponds, all those water facilities, the question is that whether just nice to have for some enjoyment, recreation. One important part is that all those green and blue infrastructure, we like to call them green and blue assets, they have multiple functions. They have a tremendous climate adaptation benefits, and they reduce urban heat, and they also help manage the water, the urban flooding, as well as also sometimes also drought, how you use nature-based solution to deal with that. So that's where bring that when we talk about urban infrastructure, we need to rethink. It's not only about gray, it's about also green urban infrastructure. That should be part of important investment portfolio. And also, we are not talking about just on the side to build some green spaces here and there. And need to think about in the long term, because if cities want to maximize the benefits of all those green and blue to bring to their people, to their cities, and one important is that how to connect them to the so-called green connectivity. And we like to say that when we look at how to assess a city's competitiveness, one of the major assessment is infrastructure connectivity. And in fact, nowadays, more and more, it's not only about gray urban infrastructure connectivity, it's all about the green connectivity. How this green urban infrastructure and gray go hand in hand, that makes cities not only healthy and also more competitive, which means create more jobs. So that's the first part, why it matters. I think it's the underlying message for all of us and also for the MDBs that how we rethink urban infrastructure, and it's important to invest the green and blue infrastructure. Some actually call it nature infrastructure. So that's the first part. The second part is that what is lacking? And it's great to say that you mentioned this nature initiative. It's great to say so many initiatives are emerging. In my view, it's not enough compared, people who work on climate change. What is happening on nature, urban biodiversity is far less compared to climate change. So we need to have more initiative. But one lesson we have drawn from climate change and others is that while a lot of initiatives focus on so-called upstream policy support, capacity building, of course, that's a very important part. But how to translate that into investment? And that's where that we also working with IUCN and also ECLAIR, UNEP, and many others, and MDBs, that we have launched this urban nature program. And the idea is that how we connect those three work streams: the policy support, upstream capacity building, knowledge sharing, good practice, and then the middle stream, project preparation support, because great ideas need to be incorporated into project design, and that's a very important part, and that's always tend to missing. And then it's downstream investment. So the idea is that we launched COP28 at climate change last year, and this program is also going from strength and strengthening. And so Sunday, we are going to have our first meeting of Mayor's Forum. So the idea is that we bring policymaker top level so that they give the policy direction. At the same time, we also bring MDBs together, provide financing, and we also have GEF who provides the important part of project preparation support. So with this, we will be able to translate ideas into reality and scaling up financing. So I hope that's, thank you.
Thanks, Shuman, for this very inspiring seat setting. So now we are moving to the second part of the event. We will now move to a panel discussion. I will invite our first three speakers just to take the seat. We have Ingrid Kutze of ICLEI from Cities Biodiversity Center as Director for Biodiversity, Nature and Health. We have Renata Polini, Head of Sustainable Construction and Nature at Holcim. And we have Robin Grossinger, who is the Principal of Second Nature Ecology and Design. So please, you can take the seat. So we'll now start with this first round of interventions, including international organizations, building companies, academia, to learn more on global development in integrating nature within the built environment. My first question will go to Ms. Kutze, again, Director of Nature, Biodiversity and Health at ICLEI, who has been instrumental in highlighting the contributions of cities to global biodiversity goals through development of platforms, and most recently, formal political commitment through the Berlin Urban Nature Pact that we are all very, very happy and proud of. So, Ms. Kutze, if you could introduce us to the Berlin Urban Nature Pact, what are the specific targets identified for cities, and how they meaningfully integrate biodiversity in the built environment. Please.
Thank you very much, and it's really great to be here and part of this event. I think the thing about the Berlin Urban Nature Pact that is important is that this is an initiative that has arisen from a city for cities. I must also just add a bit of context to say that it's something that started already during the post-2020 process. The first sort of consultations happened at the previous COP in Montreal. And subsequently, there's been a series of very intensive consultations with cities around the world. The initial version of the Berlin Urban Nature Pact looked very different to what it does today. And it has also been, it's also embedded in the Cities with Nature Action Platform. And that is important because the Cities with Nature Action Platform, which incidentally is a partnership initiative between IUCN, ICLEI, UNEP, and a number of other organizations, is recognized in a CBD decision as being the platform where cities and subnational governments should report on and monitor progress against their commitments to the 2030 targets in the GBF. So what happened with the Berlin Urban Nature Pact through this process of consultation and working very closely with cities around the world, the pact has been refined. So it consists of 7 sort of target areas or major levels of targets, and then 6 implementation principles. And I'm going to start with the principles first because they're important. So there's obviously the principle of monitoring and reporting. There's one that deals with just co-creation. There's a principle on stepwise implementation. You can just move it through. Move through. I've talked about this already. This. There you are. Okay, thank you. So there's a principle of stepwise implementation, capacity building, commitment to action, and then, of course, also the commitment to enhancing policies. And these principles are important because they provide the guiding framework for the work that cities are going to be doing, and also the sort of bedrock for the targets. So you can see the targets, the 7 target areas, they do align with the 2030 targets, but they're not specific to the 2030 targets. So there's one on green infrastructure, specifically focusing on trees and forests. There's one on blue infrastructure and specifically linking it to water management. There's a target that deals with food and agriculture. Then there's one on education and the nature experience. And I think this one is, for me, particularly special because I think the lesson that we learned through COVID is the value of nature and how important nature is in terms of human health, well-being, mental health, etc. Then there's obviously one on soil health. I've just come from a very interesting talk with the Generation Restoration Project Cities, where we had Professor Deborah Roberts speak to the mayors and the governors and the issue of how important something like soil health is. And one wouldn't think that from an urban context it is important, but it certainly is. Then there's, of course, the target around cohabitation, and the last one, the 7th one, is around species and habitats. And that one is also important because it brings in not just the species, but the habitats, the sort of ecosystems and the connectivity, etc. The thing about these targets, and that's where it differs from the action platform, and you saw very quickly some of those slides, is that they are smart targets and they're set. So in the action platform, the targets can be set by cities, whereas in this Berlin Urban Nature Pact, it's a suite of targets that are scientifically sort of evidence-based, and they are smart targets. And initially, when we developed the Berlin Pact, the idea was that a city needed to sign up to all of those targets in all of the 7 areas. And what has resulted through the consultation process and the discussions with the various cities is that there was an agreement, because many of the cities were saying that it's a bridge too far for us. We can't commit to all of those targets, but we don't want to then lose out on being part of the Berlin Pact. We'd like to be part of the pact, so can we have some flexibility here? So there was an agreement to say that, all right, if you sign up, as long as you sign up to at least 50%, and then try and sort of escalate it up. So that, in a nutshell, is what the Berlin Urban Pact is about. We're going to have a launch at the summit tomorrow. We really hope that we'll have many, many cities sign up to the pact to join this global movement. And as I said in an event yesterday, the COP15 was the COP of the subnational governments, where we got that very important decisions through. This is the COP of the people, but all eyes are on subnational governments because we made certain promises, we made commitments, and now it's time for our cities to sign up to the Berlin Urban Nature Pact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kötze. It's quite inspiring, of course, and we applaud the pact and this one really important driver, and we hope vehicle for planning, to link planning to action. Thanks for that, and of course this invite is an open invite to other events. I will now move to Renata Polini, representing Holcim as head of sustainable construction and nature. And we know that Holcim is one of the global leaders in innovation and sustainable building material. So my question is, in that search for practical approach to mitigate the impact of the building industry on nature, how Holcim leverage its expertise in sustainable materials to integrate more nature-based solutions into urban development, and what are the specific innovations or strategies that you can share with us to make cities more resilient and aligned with the biodiversity goals and targets?
Thank you. I hope you guys can hear me well. I lost my voice yesterday, but I'm sure the microphone will help. So for those who do not know Holcim, we are a material construction company. We produce concrete, cement, aggregates, roofing, many materials that are going to be used in construction. I will start answering your first part of the question, how we are minimizing our nature impact. I think we are all here because we know that nature is the new climate. And this is very applicable for the built environment because we are responsible for 37% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, but also on the nature front, we are responsible for 15% of the freshwater consumption globally, and also 29% of the global biodiversity loss. So, climate is not is the only side of the coin. We need to look at nature. And if you want to continue to have business in the future, we need to protect nature and minimize our impacts. So, on the minimization of the impacts, what are we doing? So, HOSIM is protecting nature since we were grounded. But our latest nature strategy was launched in 2021. We have measurable water, in particular fresh water commitments and biodiversity commitments. But when we launched this strategy in 2021, we knew that the frameworks for climate would be replicated for nature, in particular, the science-based target for nature and the task force on nature-related financial disclosures. So we decided to launch the strategy with the targets we had, but also to be part of these frameworks to ensure we could quickly adapt, if there was a need, our targets and commitments. So we launched in 2021, and then we decided to be part of the TNFD, Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. We are now an early adopter of this. We are disclosing according to them. And also we pilot the first methodology for the science-based targets for nature. We finalized the pilot not too long ago, July this year, and I cannot say too much because next week you guys are going to hear more about it, but the pilot is finalized, and what I can say is that we successfully managed to validate some of our targets as science-based targets. So that's all for the minimizing impact. Now, to the opportunities that I see a great opportunity, how can we reconcile more nature with the cities? I think, first of all, we are material suppliers, right? And I do have in the slides there a few products, quite a large portfolio, I have to say, that help us bringing more nature to the city. We, for example, have permeable concrete called hydromedia. This concrete allows water to rapidly evacuate and be absorbed by the soil, enable recharging groundwater, and also enabling forests to grow. However, not many cities are asking for these type of products. Here I see a few bottlenecks, for example. Why not? Why can we not have policies or even regulations saying that all the pedestrian areas should have this type of concrete? Or even the parks in the city, even easier to have this type of concrete. And I'm not only saying about HOSIM because the competitors have similar products as well. But I don't see a lot of demand on this if I compare to other types of products we're selling. The same thing I want to mention is with the green roofs. Green roofs and green facades. We also know if we apply it correctly, and we are discussing second nature, the extensive roofing, this will also bring more biodiversity to the city, pollinators, insects, birds, etc. We also don't have a lot of requests for this type of products yet. So I do have this call to action, like, why not? Why we cannot work with policies that can either regulate or incentivize this type of products in buildings? So that's what I have to say in terms of opportunities. But I do see a few opportunities. I think it's the main opportunity for us to bring nature to the city, but there are a few bottlenecks. And just to conclude, because we knew about this bottleneck, we do have a partnership with IUCN, a 3 years partnership, global partnership with IUCN, and we decided to run a study together with Second Nature. Robin is going to talk more about that. But basically, we are reviewing a few green building policies in a few European countries to understand what are the best practices so that we are able to replicate this best practice to other cities as well. But Robin is going to talk more about that in a few seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring. Thanks for starting with some numbers, to bring us to reality, but also for really your impressive innovation that you are putting into place. but also some of the questions that you raised. A lot of food of thought, and I think that can also entice some of the discussion. Of course, thanks for mentioning some of the key strategic partnerships that you have. Perfect segue to our next speaker, as Robin Grossinger, the principal of Second Nature Ecology and Design, which thanks to Holcim support in collaboration with IUCN, we are really very happy about that. Review global best practices for cities to enhance integration of nature within buildings. So this is this knowledge element that comes into and really builds very nicely on what Holcim does, for example. So what are your key insights of best practices from your research that cities can adopt to better integrate nature in the urban buildings, and how academic institutions and organizations as yours can help bridge that gap between research, knowledge, and practical implementation?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Boris, and thanks for introducing Renata. Is there a slide? There we go. So I'm Robin Grossinger from Second Nature Ecology and Design. We advise cities and corporations, businesses on biodiversity planning and design, particularly in the urban setting. And as you've heard, cities actually can support biodiversity, and biodiversity in cities is so important for people, for their health and experience. Now, when we think about biodiversity in cities, we often think about the green space and the parks and the trees, and that's obviously an essential piece. But when you think about cities, the buildings are one of the biggest component, right? It dominates the form of the city. And so the extent to which buildings themselves are supportive or detrimental to biodiversity is a big dimension that we haven't really focused on that much. So how are cities catalyzing actions for biodiversity in the built environment? We dove into the nitty-gritty of policies, regulations, the examples of what cities are actually pushing developments to do across these different cities in Europe and to some extent globally. So we looked at regulations, mandates, requirements. There's also kind of more soft considerations, things that are considered in the planning process but not required. Incentives, financial incentives, subsidies, and then a variety of tools that are made available. And this is how cities can shape the city, the biodiverse city they want to see in the future. So on to the next slide. So we structured this project around the Berlin Nature Pact, particularly the cohabitation target, which includes a few topics that then we decided to focus on as sort of an organizing principle. So that includes aiming for biodiverse green roofs, ones that are more supportive of biodiversity, biodiversity-friendly design elements, the issue of bird strikes and bird safety in buildings, and as well as lighting issues. So we designed the report to help, hopefully, these cities who adopt the Berlin Nature Pact have some guidance as to what the best practices are currently. So next slide. Thanks, Boris. This is a slightly overwhelming table, I apologize. This is a sneak preview. The report will be out in a few months, probably beginning of 2025. But you can see, I'm actually going to stand up. A lot of the cells are filled in. That's good news. This is the living architecture area, then metricon tools, and then wildlife safety at the end. And so there's a lot of things filled in, that's positive. However, not that many of them are required. There's not that many requirements for biodiversity. And the most common action or policy is sort of extensive green roofs, which are not that biodiversity friendly. So as you move this way, in effect, the things that we would like to see more of are less demonstrated yet at this point. However, I think the exciting part is that there are examples of pretty much everything already in place as strong standards, requirements from various cities. And so that's what we're able to sort of dig up in the details. So I'll just show a couple quick examples. Next slide. Next one after that. That was, am I in the way? So London is really interesting. London has done kind of amazing things with green roofs and biodiversity without any legal mandates, without real requirements, but through more of a cultural kind of initiative, the mayors pushing a bunch of policy documents that are very sophisticated around biodiversity. So that really shows what can be done. And so that's a really neat example. But moving on, Zurich, and then the next slide, is actually an amazing example, probably the best example of using all of the different instruments from incentives to requirements to really advance the kind of, biodiversity-friendly practices and design features that we would really recommend as urban ecologists on buildings. So they have the variable depth of substrates and mounds, native plants, ecologically valuable installations. So very sophisticated, very impressive. So that's a good model. Next slide. And I think our last point is just the details of these policies make a difference. There's a lot of sort of standard green roof policies. If you're a city, you want to look for these really impressive forward-looking examples, most of which have come out in the last year or two. So cutting edge, and we're going to hear from Francois from Paris for the Paris example, which is one of the very impressive ones. Berlin has an advanced, sophisticated bird strike policy, and Basel, which actually got started really long ago, and Zurich have, as mentioned, these really impressive subsidies for high-quality habitat, heterogeneous habitat on green roofs. So, long story short, there are some great examples out there that cities can follow, but this really is kind of the new wave of sort of taking, building biodiversity to the next step. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, and for all three speakers, first batch of speakers. So we'll now move also to hear some examples. So kind of what is international partnership and then the private sector innovation and also research that can, when they come together, they can also show a lot of success. So we will now move to. We have three more distinguished speakers. We have a Raquel Garavito, as the manager of a Cali urban development company. So Cali, our host city for CVD. So we are really pleased to have an example from Cali. We have a François Moreau as a head of urban ecology agency from Paris, and we have a Tom Butterworth as regional nature director from Arup. So please take your seats, and of course the panelists, you just stay there because we may have time for some questions. We have enough microphones, so that's great. Let's then start with a Raquel. So yeah, so here we are in Cali, and from your perspective, the perspective of a city, local government, so what are the main challenges and opportunities you identify to better integrate nature within urban planning and development? Of course, some examples would do a great deal. So please. Por favor.
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you for being in Cali. For us, it's great having the COP16 in our city. We even thought about it 2 years ago. 2 years ago, maybe COP was coming to Colombia, but it wasn't sure where it was going to be. So we had in the country, we have a little, it's not a fight, but we have to compete with Bogota. And it was a great challenge because Bogota has all the infrastructure to receive and to have an event of these dimensions. And even though we have to bring out of the pocket everything that we had in Cali. And I think that the point that it gave us, that the difference between the two cities was, of course, biodiversity. We didn't have the infrastructure. We didn't have that much hotels. I know you guys are living in Airbnbs or some other places. Myself, I have 5 people living in my house right now. I have every kind of it's an Airbnb. But for Cali, it was necessary. We've been, the last 10 years of Cali have been really challenging because of social stuff, political stuff, and of course, there has been a lot of things that has been happening in Colombia. So, giving you this, this brief introduction, I would like to talk about the challenges that we have here in Cali in talking about infrastructure, urbanism, and how everything works here. The biggest challenge that we have in the city is the mindset. It's not about what are we doing, about how are we doing infrastructure, how are we doing about construction. The biggest thing is mindset. And it's the mindset of the citizens. Because we have the mindset that we do not have to change anything. That everything that we have been doing through years, it's okay. And people are used to live this way. So one of the biggest things that we've done to that is to build the paper of how are we gonna construct and how are we gonna regulate infrastructure in our city. And I'm glad to say that I think we did it the right way, because it wasn't an initiative of the municipality, it was an initiative of the private sector and the community. So we sat down, we talked with the community. What are you thinking about this? What do you want? How do you think your city in 30 years, in 50 years? And we start doing this process with the community and with the private sector. So it gave us an advantage in the sense that nowadays everyone we're aligned on what we should do when we talk about reurbanization. That's one thing. The other challenge is making people understand that we have to, as you see, I believe, guys, when you arrived, when you were in the airplane, you could sense that Cali, it's a low-rise city. We don't have tall buildings. It's a city that people are still used to live in houses with the neighbors. I know my neighbor from all my life, and I go to school with my neighbor. So this was the second challenge, that people understand that we have to build in height and not in expansion. And nowadays, we're able to do it. But what was the problem? That even though that in the speech, the municipality has it, the legal regulation that we have, it didn't have it. So we had to start changing our legal system of how we're gonna use the soil in Cali and how we're gonna do these big buildings and how we're gonna do cities inside the cities. So these were the two main challenges. I think we have nowadays overcome them. And the thing that we're doing right now is changing and making people understand that we do not do infrastructure. This doesn't sound really current if I'm the manager of the urban development enterprise. But I have to go to the people and say, okay, guys, we're not building infrastructure. What are we giving you? It's better conditions for you guys. And how is that? So I'm giving you safety. If we have, if we have all this infrastructure well done, and you have the lighting that it is, and you have public spaces, and you have reforestation, you're gonna have better conditions. We're not having the system, the transport system here because just we want to spend some kilometers. It's because we want to give you better conditions so you can have less time going to your workplace. So you're going to be able to spend more time with your kids. So everything that we're doing here in Cali, it doesn't talk about what are we going to do. We have to talk about what benefits we're going to give you. Because this is a social city. This city depends on how people feel. If you have the opportunity to go to the green zone, you're going to feel what I'm talking about. This is a city of skin, touch, sentiments, people, culture. So you have to talk that language. So these have been the biggest challenges that we had here in Cali.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Raquel. And once again, big thanks to Cali for hosting us. So yeah, we will get to the green zone as well. We heard all these exciting stories about it. Thanks again, and now we are moving to Paris. So François, your perspective, your urban setting, your challenges and opportunities.
Thank you, Boris. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. Muchas gracias por invitarnos, Cali. So, as you understand, I work for the city of Paris. And what can a city do to provide a better environment for biodiversity in the cities? You mentioned it, Robin. The first tool we have, of course, as cities is regulation. So, in Paris, we have a very new urban master plan, like every city in the world. And we decided to call it the bioclimatic urban master plan, just to show that climate and biodiversity are really the main focus of this new plan for urbanism. And I wanted to point just 3 rules to make you understand how we can do that. So first rule is greening buildings, really typical, you also mentioned it, Robin, but for example, right now on the actual urban master plan in Paris, if you want to build a new building or renovate a building, if the roof is more than 100 square meters, then this roof has to be green unless you don't get the urban permit from the city of Paris. That's now. Tomorrow, in the new urban master plan, this is not enough. You have to green the roof, but you also have to green the facade. So we will make a calculation on the surface of green roof, green facade, green walls, the thickness of the substrate, the different layers of vegetation that you will have. For example, if you plant trees, you get more points, no trees. We also care a lot on the native plants, you mentioned it, because we know that native plants of a region are the ones that are really useful for the nature, for the birds, for insects, so we really care about that. So that's a first idea, to have more greening buildings. Second rule in this new urban master plan is coming from national law, which is called the zero net artificialization. So that means that for every square meter you want to build, you need to leave 1 square meter of nature or make it green again. So the consequence of this rule is that in Paris you have to build on existing building land. I mean, you can't make a new real estate project on green land, and that gets to the third idea. I'm sorry, just 1 minute. Sorry. Yes. So the idea is that if you have to rebuild on the same building, that means that we really want you not to destroy the building that was there before, not to tear it down, but really to reuse as much as you can of the structure. Okay. So that means that we want to have the minimum material coming from the outside of the city, and have as much as bio-based materials as we can, like wood, for example, like hay, like mud bricks. So that's another very important idea for us. And of course, cities have other means to green the cities. For example, we manage the public domain. So we as a city can show the way to the private sector by greening our own buildings, for example. We do a lot to green our streets. We are greening even our schoolyards. But of course, we can use the roofs of the schools, the roofs of the gymnasium, of the swimming pools, any public buildings, social housing, of course, to show, to make experiments and show that we can do a lot for that. And the third idea then is how can we motivate the private sector to do as we do. So for that, we use incentives and technical assistance. So here I brought one of the tools we have, which is a 100-page technical guide to make you to understand how you can green your roof. And recently we run another project, which is to give subsidies to the co-owners of buildings. Most of the buildings in Paris are owned by the co-owners like you and me, and they usually don't want to put much money in greening their building. So to help them, we finance the studies before greening the roofs. So it's completely free. We give 5,000 euros for that. And after that, we also finance the works to make the building greener, up to 30,000 euros, which is a big amount of money. So that's a good way, we believe, to motivate the private sector also to have better buildings for the biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francois. Yeah, really big applause. So as we gradually draw to an end and wrap up, we are also moving to solutions. So very concrete and really glad to see this turning into concrete action and planning and guidance at city level. How can I support what we are talking about, nature positive, built environment? So toward the end of the session, so we have Tom Butterworth of a regional director for nature at Arup, and Arup being for decades, one of the business leaders in this sector. So basically a question for you is how that innovation actually that you create, how you integrate that into this built environment, new and renovating, and what kind of positive results you can share with us.
Okay, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I was actually going to ask you to do that, Leslie. I am delighted to be here. Leslie's just taken a picture, and I was just going to ask you to do exactly that, because it's a real honor to be part of this panel. Can we move on? Can I have the clicker? Thank you. So what I want to talk about is some of the real challenges that we've got in our cities. Our cities are going to be at the very forefront of climate change. They're going to be massively impacted by heating, by surface water runoff. And they're going to be impacted by heating and surface water runoff because, not just because of climate change, but because they're often grey. They get hotter because of the amount of grey space, the concrete, and so on, and they get and the water runs off because of that. Nature provides key solutions for us here. And one of the things we've done in Arup is look at mapping our sponginess of our cities and mapping where the heat is. And those heat spaces, surprise, surprise, where it's greyest, yes, are away from our green spaces. So how can we get these green spaces to provide these functions for us to help our cities become resilient? And this is Sheffield, which, for those of you who know the north of England, Sheffield didn't always look like this, yeah? It's flipping beautiful now, but am I allowed to say this? It wasn't always. It's stunning. Now, why is this important? Well, yes, it's providing, is this beautiful? It's providing some really important benefits for our city. Now, the reason I've got this in here is because what this is doing, this is a sustainable urban drainage system. Yeah, it's managing the water flowing through our city. And it's really important that we've got this concrete in here, but it's less concrete than a block under the ground, yes, and a tank under the ground. So we're using less materials. This is really, really important. We have just written a fantastic report with the World Building Council for Sustainable Development on exploring nature-positive buildings. And one of the key findings we find in that, you can look at it on the website, it's there live as of yesterday, I think. Yes, yesterday. Is that the largest impact that our built environment has when we're creating new spaces in our cities is upstream, is in our supply chain. And so by decreasing the amount of resources we're using, it's a critical impact on nature. We're decreasing the resources we're taking from the environment, just as we've heard about that's happening in Paris. And then what this does is it then allows us to create an adaptable environment that helps to manage our city, helps to manage our water running through the city. And yeah, it doesn't stay looking like this. It ends up looking like this. Yeah, it's stunning. I mean, look at this. It's absolutely, this is one of the most nature-deprived places in the whole world. And we're turning it round and making it look like this. The other thing that's really lovely about this is, okay, so we talked about soils and the substrates we use. What we've used in the substrate here is a waste product from food production. Beet scrubbings. For anybody who knows about beetroot, you don't need to know about it, it's not that exciting, but the scrubbings create great soil that's really low nutrients. This is really important because, again, it brings that circularity. It's using a waste material, but it also means that the maintenance cost of this is much lower. It means that you get many fewer weeds. It means that you can look after this with much less effort. So it's providing this greening, it's cooling our city, and also it's thinking about that supply chain and bringing in the resources very carefully into our city. And that's great on a small scale, but what we want to do is do this across our whole city. So this is actually now moving to London, and this is a piece of work called the Wild West End, where we worked with a whole load of property owners to green across the city between parks. The reason I wanted to flag this is because those interventions, water, heat, and so on, don't work if they're individual little pockets on their own. They work collectively across this whole area. And so if you get the individual development to do their own green roof, that's great. But actually, if you want to shift the way that water's moving through the city, you start to look at this from a much bigger scale and a network. And this is working with all of these landowners across this whole area in a coordinated way to re-green our city. And that goes from green spaces climbing up a thing that you put a light on the top of. What's the thing you put on a street lamp? Street lamp. Oh, yeah. So really simple things like that, or pots, to huge green roofs, to trees growing on the top of our buildings. Walk around this part of London, you look up, you see trees. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The good news is that we really had seven extremely inspiring speakers. The bad news that we ran out of time. But I think it was a lot of inspiration here, a lot of food for thought, and the speakers are around, so please interact with them. I would really like to thank all of you and all the partners in this endeavor. And yeah, now encouraged, after this, we move forward and we try to get at scale and go to meet those objectives and targets that we set. I would also like, in particular, to thank my colleague Tony Nello, who is pretty much architecting this behind. So, all the praise goes to him as well. Thanks a lot.
Hi. Hi, everybody. We're just about to get started with our next event, so can I kindly ask those from the previous event to either stay with us or move out slowly so that we can get our crowd inside. Thank you very much.
Check, check.
Okay.
Checked.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon, everybody. If you are outside and you want to come into the event, now is your time. Okay, welcome to this event. This is all about how do we achieve transformational change to deliver our targets in the Global Biodiversity Framework and on a path to delivering the ambitions of a nature-positive future. My name is Martin Harper. I am the Chief Executive of BirdLife International. And those of you who don't know who doesn't know BirdLife International? Hands up. Put your hands down, Pepe. Anyway, therefore you all know that we have 123 national partners in 119 countries around the world, and many of them are in the room today. So what we really wanted to do in this session is really to share some stories, some inspirational stories about the innovations that you all are undertaking to try and help us deliver the big ambition in the GBF. So we're particularly keen to hear about how we are using innovation to drive species recovery, to restore and protect more land for nature, to try and make sure that we're tackling the nature and climate crisis in an integrated way, to engage more businesses, and of course, to mobilize finance. And the way we're going to set this up is going to be in two parts. One, they're called the fire starters, and we have two fire starters. Eliana, do you want to come to the stage from American Bird Conservancy? Give Eliana a big shout out. And the other fire starter is Amy Frankel from the Convention on Migratory Species. Amy. And then you all are in the fishbowl. And you might be wondering what happens. Do you get wet? You might want to get a little bit wet because it's hot out there. But you're in the fishbowl, and we have a few plants, so it's a bit like an artificial fishbowl, an artifish bowl. And there will be some interventions from you reflecting your stories about innovations. And then if anyone else in the room feels moved, they will put their hands up, and they can share their story. So it's very much an interactive session about sharing and being inspired. I will not allow anyone to speak more than 5 minutes. That is my promise. If you see me walking towards you, you're going to stop. I'm going to drag your microphone away. For the session in the room, we have Diego, and I think we have someone else with a microphone, Chris, and they will bring them to you. And then Valeska. Okay, so the question I've asked my 2 fire starters, and I'm going to start with, shall I start with Eliana? Just give you a chance to breathe, Amy. It's really, in your experience, what ideas and approaches have you come up with to overcome some of the barriers to tackling conservation, but also to encourage collaboration? Over to you, Eliana.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, Martin, and welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. As Martin mentioned, I work for American Bird Conservancy. I'm here as a representative of the Conservaves initiative. I hope you have heard of it. We are working across 9 countries in Latin America to protect more than 2 million hectares in 100 protected areas, new protected areas or expansions. So one of the things that we do as Conservaves is that we are working with local communities from the bottom up. So they come to us with their projects, with the things they want to do in their communities, in their areas, and present, let's say, what they want to achieve. And it's not only one of the important things that we are doing, and I think is really, really important, is that we are not only supporting the creation of these areas, we are supporting the development of management plans, the development of sustainability plans for those areas, and also the first phases of implementation of these plans. And why I think this is important, because I don't know if you saw just a couple of days ago, there was a news of The Guardian that is saying that we are losing more biodiversity within protected areas than outside of it. And we have a bunch of protected areas across the world that are not really protected. They are just paper parks, that's how we call them. I don't know if that's the real term in English, but that's how we call it in Spanish. So this idea of like helping the communities to establish, of having alternate, I forgot the word, like by sustainable income in different ways in these protected areas is one of the things we are supporting right now. And I think one of the things we have been more successful is Conservaves is a partnership of different organizations, BirdLife International, Red Lac, Audubon, Birds Canada, and ABC. And all these organizations have different expertise, and they are similar. Let's say they are looking for conservation in general, but we are leaving aside our priorities to work together in this common goal. So yeah, right now we have in process more than 99 protected areas and 1.4 million hectares across 4 countries in Latin America: Colombia, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru. And we are expanding. We will start projects soon in Central America and the Caribbean, and hopefully we can keep moving forward.
Eliana, that was fantastic. Please give Eliana a round of applause. First fire starter. And you did remember all of the supporting partners, which I think is a great prize. Well done. Okay, second fire starter. Amy, do you want to give your perspective about challenges and also about the need for collaboration and how the convention is helping?
No, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And first I want to introduce, if you don't know, that at our COP this year, we released this report called The State of the World's Migratory Species. It was the first ever report that looked globally, not only at CMS-listed species, but at migratory species writ large. And so in terms of challenges, you can find them in some of our findings. And some of it's not surprising because if a species listed on CMS, it means by its nature that it needs help, it needs cooperation. But some of the trends are very alarming. Just to read a couple of the key findings. 1 in 5 CMS-listed species are threatened with extinction globally. 44% have a decreasing population trend. So that number especially is alarming. Other species, we have better numbers. If you look at there are 12% improved, I think 30% stable, but obviously we're worried about that 44%. In terms of habitat, 3 in 4 CMS-listed species are affected by habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation, and 7 in 10 are affected by overexploitation. So the challenge is, despite being listed on CMS and many success stories, the trends that we're fighting are the pressures are increasing. And the solutions, however, are found, in my opinion, in the fact that those pressures are common across all environmental issues, whether it's biodiversity, CMS issues, biodiversity writ large, pollution, climate change, etc. So the solutions, in my view, are to look at those common pressures and find what we need to do in common and to not do trade-offs so that by trying to solve climate change issues, we're actually harming biodiversity. So to give you a few examples, one is our very successful and rapidly growing effort on renewable energy. So we need to scale up renewable energy to tackle climate change, but we don't want to do it at the cost of migratory species. So we have what's called the Energy Task Force, a CMS initiative, which has at the table entities including the World Bank, the IFC, the Asian Development Bank. BirdLife is very much our key partner on this initiative, private sector and conservation groups to look at, and with technical tools, it's very pragmatic. For example, there's a tool I'll be talking about later today of you can map the energy potential of an area for wind, look at migratory bird pathways, and avoid putting the sites of these facilities where they might really harm the migration. So that's very pragmatic, very practical, but what we need to do is get this in the hands of all those investment banks, whether it's national sovereign banks, MDBs, et cetera, or IFIs rather, so that it's actually taken up. So the more we talk about it, the more interest there is, and I'm hopeful that that will continue to scale up. It's not just birds, by the way, it's birds, bats, and on offshore we have to worry about marine species as well. Other examples are looking at habitat destruction. So habitat destruction is a problem not only for migratory species, it's a problem for people if we're losing ecosystems that provide water. It's a problem for climate change, obviously. So you might know that we have been really promoting the importance of ecological connectivity, which for migratory species is absolutely essential because they very particularly need to be able to access certain sites throughout their life cycles. And one of our challenges is to actually identify all those sites. Believe it or not, we still don't know exactly where the species are and where they go. And so it takes a lot of money, and we are really hoping that we can get support and more funding for that because, again, going to the development banks or any kind of infrastructure investment, if you have beautiful safeguards, you can't comply with them if you don't have the data. What if you don't know that habitat is a really important spot for X species? There's no way that you will be able to comply. So it's essential that we fill that data gap. And if we have that data, it will help us from the conservation side for migratory species. It will help the World Bank and others that need to ensure compliance with those standards. So there I see, great, areas for cooperation. Maybe a third example, just to bring it to a
10
close,
seconds.
before
10
you come
seconds.
walking, is CMS, what we do is work across national boundaries. That's why we exist. And so we bring together countries and partners to find solutions. So again, it's very pragmatic, looking at what are the pressures, what are the needs, and how can we develop priorities together. And that includes all different parts of the sectors, private, public, local, indigenous people, et cetera. So 3 examples, over to you.
Brilliant. Amy, because you're from the UN, you got an extra 15 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, another fire starter, Amy. Right. Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you, Eliana. Now you have a choice. You can either stay there seated or you can go and join the fishbowl. Up to you. Join the fishbowl. Okay, so some of you are artificial fishes, and I'm going to call upon you. But if any of you feel moved to share your inspirational story about how we can deliver the GBF and deliver a nature-positive world in the future, I will come to you in a bit. But first, I think someone is moved to share their story. Rebecca, do you want to share your story? Okay. Perhaps if you just introduce yourself and then no more than 5 minutes. Away you go. And stand up.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Martin. Hi, everybody. I'm Rebecca Hubbard. I'm the director of the High Seas Alliance. So we're a global alliance of over 60 NGOs, including BirdLife, and the IUCN, and our specific focus is to protect marine biodiversity in the high seas. So if you don't know, the high seas covers half of the planet. And about 20 years ago, a number of NGOs and people were working on ocean conservation, and they realised there's a whole bunch of really destructive activities happening and no international law that protected the high seas or protected biodiversity. So 20 years ago, the very innovative concept that was come up with by NGOs and scientists in some countries was to develop the High Seas Treaty, an international agreement to protect biodiversity in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. So I think that concept was incredibly innovative. One of the challenges and one of the reasons, if you fast forward 20 years, last year the High Seas Treaty was adopted unanimously at the UN. Now, to get from that beginning point where there was no support for an international agreement to protect biodiversity to unanimous agreement, one of the keys to success was really that there's 4 pillars in the treaty. 2 are around protecting biodiversity, the legal framework to create marine protected areas, and a thorough and transparent environmental impact assessment process for potentially damaging activities. So they're kind of the biodiversity focused. But there are another 2 pillars which are incredibly important for a lot of other people in the world, and that is around capacity building and transfer of marine technology and the access and benefit sharing of marine genetic resources. And so one of the key successes for the High Seas Treaty and its unanimous support, and it's really considered a feat of multilateralism these days, considering the circumstances we're in, is that those 4 pillars were negotiated in lockstep 4 years. I mean, it took 20 years, but we now have countries across Africa, across Asia, across the Caribbean, across Europe and the global north who all own this treaty. And we're really at this moment now where we need to get 60 countries to ratify it. We got our 14th country 2 days ago, Panama ratified, so we're a quarter of the way there almost. And we're really aiming for that to happen by the UN Ocean Conference next year in June. But I think basically, the success has been that, we put ocean equity and justice next to protecting biodiversity. So you're putting people and environment, it's a win-win situation. We're all part of this, we're all around the world. And I just wanted to mention one other thing, which I think is in terms of addressing the challenges that we have here. Protecting half the planet is a fairly massive goal. But, the Convention on Biological Diversity has been around for some time. There's been a lot of talk about synergies between CBD and the High Seas Treaty, and I think it's our kind of obligation to lean into those synergies, which will not only make it more efficient and achievable for countries who have less resources and need to do both things, but it'll make it more effective, right? We'll be able to connect protection in national jurisdiction to that outside of national jurisdiction. We can learn from the things that CBD has already gone through. We can use the EBSAs as the scientific underpinning of, high seas marine protected area sites. And we can use the experience involved with incorporating and centralising Indigenous people, local communities and traditional knowledge from the beginning in that process of protection and sustainable management. So I think that, there's lots of hope that we can do this. And that's our example.
Rebecca, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. And two things. Firstly, if you are bumping into any countries that haven't signed up to the High Seas Treaty, please, please, please lobby them. And Rebecca, thank you so much for your leadership. So I think we've got another fish who's quite keen to share their story, maybe from Brazil. Pedro, do you want to come and stand up there? Because I'm slightly worried about the other fishes and their necks. So come at the front, and then Valeska will give you the microphone. Pedro, introduce yourself and then your story.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Pedro de Velay, the Executive Director of SAVE Brazil, BirdLife Partner in Brazil. And the project I would like to share will be in the south of Brazil, the grasslands. When you think about Brazil, you first think about forest, the Amazon. And okay, it's great, we have the Amazon. But we also have a really important area of grassland in the south of Brazil, the Pampa biome. And we share this biome with Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. And we are losing that grasslands. We are proportionally, if you compare the 6 Brazilian biomes, the highest rate of habitat loss, it's in the grasslands, proportionally. So why? The soybean production, it's replacing the native grassland. That is an extremely biodiversity area. So, because of the decrease, the loss of habitat, the decrease of bird population, 20 years ago, with BirdLife, we started the Aliança del Pastizal, a transboundary project to save the grasslands. And the grasslands in south of Brazil, as also in Uruguay and Argentina and Paraguay, they are really productive system. So, since the early beginning, we decided that to conserve the grasslands, we have to integrate conservation with production. That will be key to save these areas. And we used to say this is not exactly a conservation project or a conservation initiative, but it's an agrobiodiversity project. So, in the grasslands, there is a traditional economic activity that is cattle raising, and it is sustainable cattle raising. And what we are doing the last years is to promote sustainable cattle raising. It's to search for incentive for producers to do this sustainable activity. And it's working. It's working. Basically, we have 4 main incentives. One, we work with our local rural bank. We have credit lines, special credit lines with low rate of interest for ranchers doing the good cattle raise. And in a blended model finance, we subsidize about 10% of the loan. So we are working with banks. This is innovation. We have a beef program with a bird-friendly stamp because the beef produced in the grasslands are good. This is the good beef. This is carbon neutral because the root system of the lots of species of grass retain carbon. So this is the good one. And we have capacity building. We have to explain for the producers how to do a sustainable and competitive cattle raising in native grass. A lot of capacity building, and really important also, we work with to bring pride to give pride for the producers and a sense of belonging, because the cattle raising in the south of Brazil and Argentina, in Uruguay, it's really linked with a cultural aspect of gauchos. So these 4 elements, it's what are you working in close with these producers to maintain and to avoid that they replace the traditional economic for soybean plantation. And it's working. I have 1 minute more, 2 minutes. It's working because in Brazil, we are working right now with 355 producers. It's not easy. A biologist, a conservationist, to dialogue with producers, but we are doing 355 producers. We have 177,000 hectares of native grass protected in private lands. We monitor fauna and flora, but birds are our main indicator. There is 285 bird species in this property, private properties, 13 globally threatened species. So we are doing, it's working, it's not easy, and this is a really good model of OMEC, and it's a perfect example of based nature solution. So the cattle raising, sustainable cattle raising in the south of South America is the solution to save the biodiversity of the grasslands. We are part of the solution, and we are doing. Thanks.
Brilliant, Pedro. Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful storytelling. I just want to point out Pepe, who's also from our partner from Paraguay, do you want to wave? Also contributing to the Alianza de Pastizal. And then colleagues from Brazil at the back as well, Pedro and Michael. Wonderful to have you here. Okay, so I think someone else is going to be moved with an idea they want to share. Maybe Diane. Do you want to come to the front? Because I think one of my fishes has gone missing. So Diane, come to the front. Introduce yourself and share your story.
So, good afternoon. My name is Diane Claimy and I'm from UNEP. So my story is really about, again, multilateralism and synergies, transformative action and an initiative called the Bern process. It is a new process, but what UNEP did in this initiative is collaborate with MEAs. We know these are huge engines that are already impacting biodiversity in positive manner, but the idea of this, the objective was to engage them in a party-led process on synergies, collaborating with their secretariats and their stakeholders in a way to be more effective in implementation, identifying actions and implementation at the national level. So what we're talking about is each MEA, 16 of the MEAs were engaged in this Bern 3 conference early this year. 16 MEAs with 5 party representatives and their stakeholders and 2 secretariat stakeholders in the chemicals and waste, who are very highly, pollution is highly relevant to biodiversity, desertification, climate change, regional conventions, and those discussed how to collaborate and cooperate on implementation actions, for example, on common indicators, acting in partnerships on common targets, capacity building, financing, implementation through MEA focal points at the national level, collaborating on reporting, monitoring, and implementation action. So really what this conference led to was 12 concrete practical actions that was co-led by Mexico and Sweden and supported by Switzerland, but also as a process of synergies. It is something that is transformational in the synergies agenda, and using the multilateral system, the whole of society, whole of government was actually implemented through this initiative, and we are planning to continue in this collaboration to the action level, really a practical action level. And if you have any questions on that, we are also available to provide more insight. But the report is under SBI 4 information document 14, if you have any questions, because all these MEAs mapped their targets, their strategies, their indicators with the GBF in an exercise during the conference that's very interesting to identify entry points for cooperation and collaboration. So thank you. That's from my side.
Diane, that was absolutely amazing. I'm so glad that you are trying and bring that fragmented MEA landscape together, because humans have fragmented it and you're bringing it together. So thank you very much indeed, Diane. So I'm going to give one of my new fishes a bit of a breather before they come to the floor. But I think there's someone, Alfredo, maybe you have a short story you want to tell. And maybe you just take the microphone from Chris. You come up here, Alfredo.
How long do I have?
You have no more than 5 minutes, and if you're shorter than that, we'll get more stories. Alfredo.
Okay. Very briefly then. Hello, my name is Alfredo Giron. I am the head of the Ocean Program at the World Economic Forum. And my story is about how we have really come down to what are some of the things that the private sector can do in collaboration, in public-private partnerships, to address these challenges. So I will summarize it for you in 3 things. Number 1 is, how can we work in changing practices? The largest
single opportunity to have large-scale impact is probably on how some of those large developments that we have for infrastructure, for energy, for food, can change the way in which they operate to make it more compatible with nature. And I will come back to a specific example. Number two is, how do we innovate? How do we find the technologies, the social approaches, the financial instruments? And so for that, we have an initiative called the 1,000 Ocean Startups. It's the largest community of investors, impact investors in the ocean. And together they are trying to invest over $5 billion to scale up 1,000 ocean startups by 2030. I actually just came from Amsterdam to here because we were hosting the annual gathering of those investors. And then the third thing that they can do is they can invest directly on nature. Let's face it, sometimes it's unavoidable. So let's invest in nature directly. And in order to do that, we partner with national governments. We help them prioritize, create the national plans, the national ambition, match it with the NDCs, with the NBSAPs, and then try to bring all of the relevant stakeholders to deliver on that. Academia, private sector, investors, development banks. So those are the three main action points that we have identified and that we try to activate. Now, to go a little deeper into one particular story, and I'm very happy to see colleagues both from BirdLife and from Iberdrola in the room. We recently launched the Responsible Renewable Infrastructure Coalition. And basically what this means is a group of leading corporates, and you will hear from some of them throughout the week here, a group of leading corporates have been working really deep into how do you deploy and accelerate the deployments of renewable energy without damaging nature, actually aiming for nature-positive practices. And why not? We should also do it for people-positive practices. So at the World Economic Forum, we just launched this coalition together with these corporates. We have 9 right now, plus a few civil society organizations and expert groups that are really going to try to get an assessment of the brilliant landscape that already exists, of all of this guidance, of all of these frameworks, of all of these opportunities, and how do we start thinking about implementation of that in business, and that follows business practices, but that can also help us deliver on the GBF. So that's probably less than 5 minutes, so back to you.
Alfredo, that was fantastic. The shorter, the better, the snappier, the clearer. And thank you so much. Really inspirational stuff. So the next speaker, I think, is Emilio. Is there a fish called Emilio in the room? Maybe come to the floor. And then after that, you'll have one more. And then anyone else who wants to share their story, you'll be more than welcome. We'll have plenty of time because our fishes have been short with their great stories. Emilio.
Thank you. I'm Emilio. I'm head of environment at Iberdrola. My story here is from a different perspective. We've been hearing about what a lot of organizations are doing. I'm a business. I represent a business. I wanted to talk to you about what we have done in Iberdrola to try to change the way we do things. We are a multinational energy company, pretty much focused on renewable energy and networks and electrification of the economy, efficiency, all of that, all the good things. But we've been very, very focused for the last 20 years in decarbonization, changing the way we produce energy to make it, to try and fight climate change. But 5 years ago, we started to think about we needed to go one step beyond that, beyond climate. So we started to work on our biodiversity program. We have a biodiversity plan and with objectives, very ambitious objectives. By 2030, we want to be positive on biodiversity. This is nice to say, but the program covers all our assets. It's not by 2030, all our new developments will be positive on biodiversity. It's everything that we have. And we have developed a lot of methodologies to evaluate, to drive action. We are socializing the whole plan throughout all our business units. And it's already producing change. It's already producing outcomes on the way our businesses are delivering their products. But it also came with the idea that we needed to transform and change and influence. And that brings along the need for collaboration. Dealing with nature is quite a complicated matter. We all know that. We, a business, we cannot do all together. So we had to collaborate and find good partners. We have an alliance with BirdLife International that is producing fantastic work in the areas of policy, in the areas of assessing projects, and trying to identify solutions with their national arms. All of that, but not only that. Someone mentioned R&D. Somewhere R&D is paramount importance. We are trying to partner with technological companies to deliver sound solutions for reducing, mitigating our impacts. So that's, and as I say, it's already producing change. Our businesses, because of our ambitious target and the way we evaluate our impacts, they are already addressing hotspots in their assets and in the way they operate our assets and produce energy and provide our services. It's already producing. So if you set ambitious goals and a good plan to channel that ambition, outcomes come out very, very quickly. It's not easy, and we have a lot to go, a lot to learn. That's why we are partnering with a lot of good people, and that's the story.
Emilio, thank you so much for sharing your story. It takes a huge amount of effort to turn around any organization's sort of strategy and business, and just to hear the positive direction of travel of Iberdrola is just great. So we had a late arriving fish. Maybe Duncan, you want to take a breather, join the stage, introduce yourself, and give your story about an inspirational approach that is potentially helping us deliver the GBF on the route to nature positive future.
Thank you, Martin. It's a pleasure to be here today. So my name is Duncan Lang from the Asian Development Bank. And maybe I'll start our story. Now I've got the gist of it. Actually, back in 2012, maybe. So ADB did a technical assistance project in a place called Yancheng in China. And they identified there that there was a nice wetland, but it was heavily degraded. There was a lot of pollution going to it. There was also the red-crowned cranes, these beautiful birds that were having a bit of conflict with the farmers who were farming rice there. So that technical assistance, maybe 2 million, something like that, then it led to a project. Now that project was a $30 million loan with ADB. It had Jeff money, and it also had the government co-financing. And in 2019, that project was completed by ADB, but it was so successful that it had restored 4,500 hectares of habitat there for the wetlands. About 2,900 people had directly benefited from that project. They were getting 1 million visitors per year to come to that wetland. And in 2019 also, that site was inaugurated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And BirdLife, Patricia at the time, was there along with our Managing Director General. And this brainwave came out of that. Why don't we try and do a flyway initiative and scale up this and do 50 of these type of projects? And that is where the Regional Flyway Initiative was born. And now, 4 years later, I suppose, from when we started the project, we're really now getting there. Our ambition is to mobilize finance of 3 billion or 5, depending on who's saying the numbers, for sustainable management and protection of wetlands along the East Asia-Australasia Flyway. We do that in partnership with our good friends BirdLife International, but also the East Asia-Australasia Flyway Partnership. We have our first big project, we hope, going to our board later this year, which is in South Dongting Lake in China. We have a project that's already approved in Cambodia at Koh Kapi, which is one of our priority wetlands as well. And we're doing very well with all the other steps. And hopefully next year we should have 50 early projects, concepts that we can then push our governments. We can try and do Jeff projects. We're also working on a granting mechanism that we hope will run in parallel to any investments we do. And we really hope that it can be scaled up and we can really achieve what we want. And really, this is not an ADB type thing at all. Everybody thinks, oh, we just build roads and bridges and stuff like that. But, you know, we have now kind of we just heard about, you know, reorientation of Iberdrola there. You know, I'm from Scotland, so I did surveys on Longannet Power Station, the last big coal-fired power station. When I went back, now it's all decommissioned and you know, all of the offshore renewables. So, you know, that's, ADB is going through that process as well. We're becoming Asia and the Pacific's climate bank. And we really see that investing in wetlands particularly are so good because they deliver biodiversity benefits, but also very important for our stakeholders. It's very important from a climate resilience and adaptation perspective, but also supporting livelihoods. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Duncan. Have a breather. And it's great to be reminded of the origins of the big idea that often starts very, very small. Fantastic to hear that journey. I think I might have forgotten a fish. I'm really, really sorry. Cecil, then it's definitely for the rest of you.
Thank you for not overlooking me. Thank you so much. My name is Cecil Haverkamp. We are part of a larger team of fish that has come together around the notion of Friends of Action on Nature. And that is very much driven by a concern that, for example, Eliana referred to with paper parks, and that is we have lots of paper policies and paper initiatives and paper pledges and commitments. So as a general concern over the state of action, and especially we mean government action. So this group of like-minded organizations, which includes BirdLife, WWF, the Nature Positive Initiative, ourselves, African Wildlife Foundation, and others, we have come together now almost 2 years ago and have since had a kind of informal process of refining what we're trying to do under a notion of Nature Action Tracker. You might all be familiar with the Climate Action Tracker and how influential it has become in the climate space, but obviously a one-on-one kind of copying wouldn't do the nature space any service. So what we're working on is essentially an independent mechanism to systematically assess the action that governments are taking vis-à-vis their own commitments, vis-à-vis their own action plans, and to validate that with a network of local experts and researchers to really get a better picture of are we making progress, where is implementation getting stuck. All of us who are familiar with how governments function, and they function quite differently from country to country, but the thing is, targets don't implement themselves. They're very concrete things, and while it can look complex, it ultimately comes down to if within government no one is responsible, there's no process, and there's no money, chances are nothing is happening. We're going to do this in a way, however, that is focused mostly on learning, that has, of course, aspects of accountability included, because ultimately we believe accountability is important to achieve the new GBF targets, but it has a very strong focus on providing space for dialogue, including with countries, to really see how we can, through learning, accelerate progress on these action targets. If any of you are intrigued by this, we will have an event, a closed-door event in this room next Wednesday morning on the 30th. You can find details and the registration link on the Nature Positive Pavilion schedule. That's again on the morning of the 30th. And the name of it is Action on Nature Beyond Paper and Pledges. So we hope to see some of you. It's a bit of a cutting a different angle, but I'm amazed by how many real projects are out there, and we feel we need also real government action to back that up so that it's not just coming down to the voluntary and the non-governmental. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Cecil. That was great. So, okay. You've heard 9 incredible stories about how we're trying to overcome barriers, but also to try and come up with innovative solutions to tackle the nature and climate crisis in an integrated way, deliver all of our commitments that governments have signed up to. I wonder if anyone else would like to share a story about how they're innovating or collaborating for greater impact. Maybe anyone's moved? Maybe? Yes. Do you want to come up and introduce yourself and then share your story? Keep thinking of your ideas.
So my name's Melissa Leach, and I earlier this year took over as Executive Director of the Cambridge Conservation Initiative, which is a collaborative partnership including BirdLife International, UNEP WCMC, and 8 other conservation organisations who all have come together with the University of Cambridge. And a decade ago, they moved into a single building in Cambridge. So there's a story here which is about the power of collaboration and then what collaboration can do. And this is collaboration, firstly, between organisations at the front end of practice, delivering the kinds of projects that many of your other stories have been talking about, often working together by coming together, but also being able to link up with a major global university and all of its global networks to create a really powerful set of synergies between practice and action, and evidence and research. And that, I think, is the real CCI transformation story, is what can happen when you get research and evidence from all sorts of disciplines. Yes, marine science, ornithology, ecology, but also the humanities, history, anthropology, geography, political science, law, and indeed the arts, and bring those together with those who are really delivering on the ground. And that creates collaborative projects which are genuinely transformative. Now, over the last decade, through a small collaborative fund, there have been more than 70 collaborative projects which have delivered, they've all been quite small, but they've delivered innovations, things that would not have happened without that collaborative context. Some of them have been tools, some of them have been concepts, some of them have been new ideas, some of them have been very practical bits of action. But the one I just want to, in my last minute, say something about is very big, could not have happened without the CCI collaboration, but is now creating transformation at scale. And this is a program we run called the Endangered Landscapes and Seascapes Program, which is restoring landscapes and marine areas right across Europe, and is bringing together local partners, conservation and restoration partners, with academics, arts practitioners, who are together delivering on nature positive, both through restoring landscapes, harnessing ecosystem processes, bringing back nature to places where it's been degraded, but really crucially, also building more resilient economies locally and nationally. And statistically, I think this is maybe not quite matching where we were hearing ADB going in the future, but it's pretty impressive. So since the program began, it's actually newly protected more than 250,000 hectares. It's involved more than 93 communities. 691 institutions have been involved. So this has really been a whole set of collaborations adding up to enormous scale. And it's involved protecting over 109 species. So I think this is a positive story. It's the kind of thing that collaboration can do. Small scale, but innovations which build up into really big transformative programs. And then the other thing about this story is it's one you can all be part of, because we've got another call for proposals for these restoration grants out right now, again with a European focus, but people are really, really welcome to apply. So be part of this story as it unfolds into the future. Thank you.
Brilliant. Melissa, that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so how many other fishes are moved? I have a gentleman here, another gentleman there, and then another gentleman over there. Any other ladies who are feeling inspired? But let's go, come up, let's keep it down to 2 minutes so we can get it as many as possible.
Hello, everybody. My name is Pierre Canet. I'm the Global Head of Public Affairs and Policy for the NGO Client Earth. Can you imagine what hundreds of Erin Brockovich can do in the world to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework? This is actually my joy to work for an NGO with hundreds of lawyers, bringing the law in force, in power, to defend people and nature across the world. We have more than 150 cases open. We are also working to advocate for new laws. So when we are seeing a protected area, wetland being threatened by an airport, or the sea being harmed with fisheries from bottom trawling, we are saying justice. When you're seeing local communities being threatened, indigenous peoples, by big multinationals on deforestation, we are using human rights and saying justice. When we're seeing NBSAPs tabled here and communications about pledges, but not linked to legal frameworks and laws that can be then enforced in country, we are saying and telling lawmakers, please wake up and put this into law, into action, please. So if you're interested to use the power of the law for the Global Biodiversity Framework, we'll be very happy to support you as we are supporting partners in all different projects across the world. Thank you.
Brilliant. So BirdLife in Portugal had been fighting the Tagus estuary proposal for a new airport. Our partner Spare needed some support. Client Earth came in, won the legal case. That airport will not happen because of the partnership that Client Earth had with our partner Spare. So that was a fantastic advertisement for the amazing organization Client Earth. Yes, sir, I think you have a story you want to share.
I do, and if there's a cross-cutting theme here, it seems to be the power of collaboration, which is important because we go further together, and we're certainly not going to achieve any of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework without going further together. So I'd like to talk about a collaboration called the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, or IBAT. And I'm the head of the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, and IBAT was really born from this idea of 4 conservation organizations, BirdLife International, IUCN, UNEP WCMC, and Conservation International, who for decades have been producing and creating some of the most globally authoritative biodiversity datasets available. And they realized quite some time ago that these datasets were being used to inform conservation action on the ground, being used to inform public policy, but it could really be powerfully used by the private sector. We've heard from Asian Development Bank and from Iberdrola, both of whom are using these biodiversity datasets to guide their action. And so out of this idea was born IBAT, which is a portal that allows organizations all around the world to access biodiversity data, and critically, it allows us to invest funds back into supporting the maintenance of those data sets so that we can identify more protected areas, more key biodiversity areas, more threatened species. And to date, we've invested almost $5 million back into biodiversity data sets, and hopefully this is just the beginning of that journey. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks Ed, that's great. I've got a fish running to the stage. Before he takes the microphone, just anyone else move one last contribution? Anyone before with? Okay, this will be the last one, then I will go to close then. Okay, yes sir, you're very welcome. Should just work. Push it up.
Now it's on. Sorry. Torsten from PFC International, the world's leading forest certification system. Who likes presents? Who likes presents when you don't expect them? Exactly, that happened to me just last week. I mean, we're the world's largest forest certification system. We are managing 300 million hectares of certified forests. So lots of biodiversity there. And I was like, I'm going to COP16. What can I say? Yeah, we're managing them sustainably. But what we want to have is data, impact, additionality, permanence. And just by accident, when I was in the office yesterday, my Italian colleague was there, and he said, we have all of this, because we have been doing it for the past 20 years. And we in Italy have developed an ecosystem services standard that does exactly that. It measures, it provides information about additionality, and it has permanence, and it is audited. We have been doing it for 20 years. We know exactly what we're doing. We know it will be there for another 20 years. So that is an unexpected present, because we can provide lots of data in the future at some point in time about the biodiversity in 300 million hectares of certified forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, that was great. So the reason we wanted to put this session together was just to, we know that most of the stats around the natural world are deeply challenging, but we also know there's incredible conservation endeavor going on around the world, and we just wanted to share those stories. And I hope from the 12 contributions that we've had this afternoon, you feel inspired by what you've heard about the importance of collaboration, around persistence, around what happens when you have a great idea, importance of aligning different stakeholders together, and you can deliver amazing things. So I wanted to say a huge thank you to everyone who's contributed. I'm going to leave you with one other great idea, which actually started in 1933. And I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy called John Charles Phillips. So John Charles Phillips in 1933 proposed the need to survey, document the status of extinct and threatened species. And 31 years later, the first red list was born. And on Monday, we're going to be, with IUCN, producing the latest red list assessment for birds and other taxa. And of course, it's going to show the scale of the challenge. But at least we have that information, and that helps us prioritize action and hopefully turn things around. So out of great small ideas, John Charles Phillips, etc., and all your ideas, you can deliver amazing things. So I hope you go away, enjoy the rest of the conference, be inspired, share your stories, and together I know that we can make a difference for nature. So thank you very much.
2, check, check, check. Sí, 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Hola, 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 hola.
Good afternoon. Welcome everybody. Also in the back, we have a splendid session here this afternoon, so come in. Last chance. And please take a seat. We have places enough in front or in the back. Yes, perfect, perfect. So everybody who wants to learn a little bit about digitization or digitalization, please come in. And also the people in the back, on the other side of the wall, may I ask you to be a little bit more quiet, at least for the next hour. That would be nice. After that, we have a reception, and then you all can talk whatever as loud as you want. Thank you. I'm afraid it will not work, but we will see. Now, welcome again, everybody. Today, or this afternoon, we're talking about digitization and can it transform biodiversity reporting. But we also look at it from a bigger perspective, opportunities and challenges of technology and of artificial intelligence, of XBRL, of data exchange, of validated data, measurement, reporting, everything which is needed to make our biodiversity, the biodiversity targets we are negotiating here at COP to make them to a success. And then basically we need technology, we need data, and we need validated data. I'm Harold Powells, I'm moderating this session. I'm from the GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative. We are in this space from reporting, global reporting, both for any kind of organization for more than 27 years, with the perspective to make sure that organizations are transparent and accountable for their impacts on the outer world, and the impacts on people, on the impacts on their local community around the company, and the impacts on nature, biodiversity, on water, on the oceans, and basically on everything where you can have impact on. But also think about tax impact, or think about child labor in your supply chain. It's a voluntary system. It's being embraced by Europe, by the SRSs. Basically, the impact part is built upon GRI standards, and many jurisdictions, more than 80 jurisdictions, we have like 252 references to the GRI standards worldwide. We stay voluntary. That's our role. We want to be the North Star in bringing everybody further in this thinking of sustainable development and preserving the world, not only nature, but preserving our world for our next generation, our children, and the children after that. And this moment is not very well because we see it declining. All the figures are all in red, at least many of the planetary boundary ones. So we have to take action. And one of the things we know is that in a lot of transformation, we saw that technology can be and is often really, I would say even disruptive in a positive way. It helps to accelerate your transparency, your reporting in your organization, to find data, to get data from your purchases. But there is much more. Think also about AI, artificial intelligence, and what we can do about that. I'm not a specialist, but we have a beautiful panel here, beautiful people who can talk here with a lot of passion about that, and that is what we're going to do. We have a little bit of discussion on this, just to sharpen your brain on what digitization can help you with as an organization, but also us as a society. So may I ask Melanie to the podium. Melanie is CSO of Microsoft, in her daily business, of course, working on this. And we do a little bit bigger introduction later on. Please take a seat. Take the middle one, yes. Okay. Sonia is from SAMP, and she will also, just choose. And she's working on a lot of tools. A lot of tools are helpful for all the people here in the room, and actually everybody at COP and everybody in the world. And we have Catherine from TNFD, and she is leading the data initiatives from the Task Force for Nature Financial Disclosures. Basically an organization we work very closely with, and we need each other to make reporting in the nature space possible. finally, last but not least, Golan, please have a seat. Gilad Goren. He is leading executive director of the Nature Tech Initiative, and he will tell a little bit later on that. So, but you can think on any new techs which are working on what you can do with data, even coming from for instance, satellites, and transform that, everything to help you in measurement, reporting, validation in that space. So I would like to make a small start. I will go to sit, otherwise it's so heavy. I had a first question, and I would like you to each introduce yourself, and also do that around the question I asked you before, and I have to look for it. Yeah, so can you tell a little bit from your perspective how digitalization or technology can help the world further, especially the reporting space further, and you can do it in your own words, and also explain a little bit to the people what your role as an organization is in that. So maybe, Melanie, we start with you.
Do it yourself. There we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Melanie Nakagawa. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at Microsoft. And our role in this space is really twofold. One is ensuring that we do our reporting and that we meet our operational commitments to be carbon negative, water positive, zero waste, and to protect ecosystems, all by 2030. And part of that is really involving very robust transparency around our reporting structure. So we can talk a little bit more about how we do our own reporting and the role that nature-based solutions play there as a tech company. The other key area that we are involved in this space is as a technology provider and as a technology partner. We see a really incredible opportunity for the role of technology, especially now in this new era of AI, to be able to provide a broader group of people and players access to data and technology solutions to help them better understand biodiversity, ecosystems, what's happening in nature and the changes that are happening in nature almost in real time, and in some cases actually in real time. And so I think that's part of what we'll get into deeper in the conversation today, but just as a tee up some of those areas. Thanks.
Melanie, and I continue with the same question to Catherine.
Okay, so I'm Catherine Armour, a Director of Data Initiatives at the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. And I'm sure many of you know about our LEAP process, which is locate, evaluate, assess, and publish. You can take away the P and call it reporting if you really want to get hard-nosed about it, or if you're in one of those jurisdictions. And I think what we're seeing is an exponential growth for the need of nature-related data. And part of the technologies that will enable us to fill that need are particularly remote sensing and Earth observation technologies, and then how we're able to present that and create interoperable data sets where data that's been collected on one side of the world is able to be integrated with data that's collected elsewhere, and then be able to be aggregated and provided to service providers or corporates or financial institutions directly for them to be able to undertake the analysis that they need and evaluate their dependencies, their risks, and their impacts, and also importantly, opportunities as we move into a transition economy. Thanks.
Thank you. So let's go to Gilad, and same question to you.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Gilad Goren. This might be a sensitive topic for you, Melanie, but how many of you guys have heard of Mark Andreessen? The name Mark Andreessen, or the phrase software is eating the world, right? Why is software eating the world, right? Software eats the world because there's an entire global army of developers that are building innovations in every single sector, making essentially deflation happen. Things get cheaper, processes get faster, automated, it's quicker, it's easier to get done. What nature tech does, what digitization and the technologies do, is absolutely that for the nature space, right? So the processes are getting cheaper, more effective, they're becoming essentially ubiquitous. What's incumbent on us is to make sure, I'm going to throw another phrase that's from the software world, we don't get to another, yet again, garbage in, garbage out situation, which means we need quality data to be collected and then sent through the pipeline to the end user, the corporate, the NGO, the retail person, right? And so at Nature Tech, we're a small, tiny but mighty nonprofit organization. Essentially, we serve as a community of nature tech solutions, and we'll talk about the different technologies involved. But our goal is to accelerate the path for digitization to get to the point where we could basically get a true understanding of the state of nature and what to do in order to ameliorate it and get us to nature positive transition.
Beautiful, thank you. Sonia.
Thank you. I'm Sonia Kim. I'm Global Head of Product for Sustainable One at S&P Global. And the business unit that I work for is charged with helping financial institutions and companies assess their risk exposure as well as identify opportunities around sustainability, climate, and now with the growing attention on nature. We are a data and analytics provider, and we also help companies with services. And so I'll just give you an example of some of the data sets that we've developed to support the analysis of nature and biodiversity risk. Last year, we launched a data set that looks at 20,000 companies around the world, and we assess, based on their business activities and where they're locating, we assess their risk exposure to biodiversity, as well as looking at impacts and dependencies. And this data set is something that helps companies align to the TNFD framework. And really, just if you were to ask me what is our role, it's to help with data. It's to help with intelligence so that you can make decisions. And I guess I'll just conclude by saying that I think we all recognize that there's a lot of new data, there's a lot of new innovation out there, but there are also still many data gaps. And that's where information providers can really help support the journey that many companies are just starting now. Thanks.
I think what we also try to say is maybe to give an example and to give a little bit an impression of how something could look like, that you maybe go slowly to the back and show us an example live here on the screen, if it all works. Let's see. Because it's always good to show an example, and it's just one example of how data and working with data, how it could work. So Sonia is going to...
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right. Okay, so as I was saying, this is a little unconventional for me to be behind the control room here, but I couldn't get my slide turner a blue zone pass, so here I go. So as I was saying, we launched a data set last year. One of the things that we like to do at S&P is help tell stories with the data so that it really relates and it helps our clients with decision making. And one of the analyses that we recently updated actually was a study of mines that are involved in the key minerals and metals that are needed to really accelerate the energy transition. So these are things like lithium, graphite, copper, and basically our commodity insights business at S&P Global, we track 25,000 mines around the world. And this study looks at about 5,300 of those mines that are related to 9 of those minerals. And you can see that in the legend down there on the right-hand corner. Really what this data story is meant to do is to show the interconnections between these mining activities that are essential for the energy transition and the preservation of important biodiversity underpinning crucial ecosystem services. And really, this data story shows the power of what data can tell you when it is in digital form, when you can connect important pieces of information and make those linkages. So let me just dive into this here. Sorry. All right, so what you're looking at here, what we did was we came up with a couple of really key metrics to measure that. One is an ecosystem footprint, for instance, which essentially is a way that we measure an asset's land use impact on the ecological condition and ecological significance of its location. And it's expressed in hectares of highest significance area equivalent. And so, as you would expect, mines with a larger ecosystem footprint tend to have a higher land use a greater impact on local ecosystem conditions and or are in locations of higher biodiversity significance. I think I might have jumped ahead here. Hold on, sorry, 1 second. This is why I don't turn the pages at demos. Okay, so this is, I'm just going to give you some examples of the kinds of mines that we're looking at and what helps really identify where these risks are. So copper mines make up a majority of the mines studied in this analysis, and you can see that you know, their ecosystem footprint is representative of about 52,000 hectares, and it represents about 3,000 mines. And you can see that, in countries like Namibia and Serbia, where there are heavier concentrations of these deposits, you can see that there are notable copper mining ecosystem footprints. And so you can start to identify these places around the world where we really have to understand what you know, even the energy transition and making progress on that can do to biodiversity and critical ecosystems. It starts to become a discussion around trade-offs. And so really, you know, what the study was meant to prove was, or to evidence, was that we have to think about nature and climate together. And that's one of the things that we've been talking about here at COP16 is the need to integrate nature and climate together as part of that, whether that's target setting and measurement, or just understanding the impacts that these activities have on our planet. I'll just show you one other example, and then I'll wrap up. I'll show you. Now, I think a lot of you are familiar with lithium. Lithium is one of the key ingredients that go into renewable batteries, which obviously is fundamentally important to electrification. And so if you look at the purple dots on the map, those are the lithium mines that make up our study. And you can see that there are only a few. In fact, there are about 6% of those mines were lithium mines. But from an ecosystem footprint standpoint, those mines actually have about 20% of the ecosystem footprint across all 5,300 mines. And so you can really see that you know, it does matter what types of extraction activities are needed. I mean, part of the reason why lithium has such a big footprint is because of the need for things like water in processing the brine ponds that are needed to extract and process lithium. So again, just really bringing this data to life. And you can only really do this if your data is digitized, right? And so that's one of the things that data providers are here to do, is to take the information that we collect and put it into forms that are usable, and then to connect those data points so that you can uncover some new insights. And I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. While you walk back here, so it gives at least a feeling of one option, what you can do and what it can help us with and customers with. So maybe also go back to Melanie now. So if we go on top of this, if you think about AI, or if you go to your bed and you wake up in the morning, so what do you think? What is the vision about AI in this climate and biodiversity space, sustainable reporting space, sustainable development space?
Thanks. So I think one of the things that you see from what Sonia's visuals were able to show you is obviously the world is quite big, and getting data is fundamental to understanding any corporate impact. But one of the things that's really quite shocking is that, you know, we lack around 90% of this data when it comes to biodiversity. Only around 10% do we actually have in terms of, you know, the right type of resolution, 5 meters or, you know, or above, frankly, in this space, definitely not at the 1 meter level at that volume. And so this is really where it's a great opportunity for technologies like AI and machine learning to be able to reason over these visual images that we can have from space through satellites, but then be able to better understand what are the markers for mines, what are the markers for renewable energy, what are these different markers, and then be able to very quickly be able to create these types of maps to show that. So one of the areas that we've done this is in renewable energy. We all know that we want to see a faster transition to a clean energy economy, And there's lots of goals out there from different countries to increase renewable energy development, whether it's wind or solar, and those you can see with different types of satellite technologies. And so we've been able to partner with Planet Labs to create a global renewables watch, which is able to show at the country level, at the global level, how quickly is the transition happening to clean energy, but then also overlay that with the biodiversity that is there as well to ensure exactly what Sonia's point was. It has to be a very holistic, multiple scenario assessment that's done. It can't just be a land-based study or a climate-based study or a watershed study. It has to take into all those inputs. And when you get to all those inputs, you get to more complexity. And that's another superpower that AI can provide, which is it can actually analyze and process and measure really complex systems and simplify that using these types of models that are out there when properly trained. So these are other areas where we're looking into using these types of solutions. You're seeing this in watershed development. You're seeing this in agricultural practices. The work that we're doing in the carbon market space to find high durability, high integrity carbon removal projects when it comes from forests. You can watch tree crowns grow and then be able to have that type of measurement, reporting, and verification that these types of projects in these areas are contributing to not only the biodiverse, rich world that you want, but then you take it to a new level, which is being able to add, take the data from camera traps, take the data through various projects. Like we have a project called Project Premonition that takes the shed DNA data in these different, like in the Amazon rainforest, and be able to identify what type of species it's coming from, or camera trap data that can identify different types of animals that are passing by that camera trap or seeing that camera trap. And it's be able to say whether or not that area is getting more biodiverse or less biodiverse. And the last area that we've been seeing the role for AI, which is be able to reason over large data sets, is in acoustic sound. So there's some really interesting work happening now by many different players that are out there trying to capture the sounds of the rainforest. And it's be able to determine what type of bird species it is or an animal species. And through that, you can take that auditory sound and figure out if there's disturbances happening elsewhere in the biodiverse area. You'll be able to hear, is that bird sound increasing, decreasing? Are there new sounds being detected? And I think these are areas that I think are really interesting ways to be able to bring not only the data to life, but also be able to use it for companies and for stakeholders to identify, are we improving these ecosystems we seek to improve? Are we protecting them? Are we conserving them in a way that's making them more biodiverse rich, which is what we ultimately want to see, or are we not? And it's a way to get much more real-time data and accuracy so that we make further progress and accelerate our progress towards these commitments.
Thank you. So we should actually also have we should have some sounds here actually, but we don't have them now. It would be nice to showcase that. Catherine, if you relate this to the TNFD and GRI and ISSB and the SRS reporting in the initiatives and with the partners you work with and the collective you work with, how does this relate? What is the kind of feedback you get?
I think building on what Melanie has said, there are essentially three requirements that we're seeing in standards. One is the open data standards, then we've got the scientific standards required for data, and more recently the corporate reporting standards required for data. And of course that all needs data. But what we are seeing is the lack of data at scale, and in that 5 meter or less resolution. So we're looking at primary data is ideal, then we're looking at secondary data, and then you're looking at proxy data. And with AI and machine learning models, you can then look at how you extrapolate and make proxy data or derive data from primary and secondary data for ecosystems that have like conditions, but you don't necessarily have the data source for that specific location. So then you can start running models and saying, well, if these conditions exist in one location, if we have a like ecosystem, that we're under the same conditions, then we might likely be able to create a proxy data set using AI and machine learning for that location until, of course, investment can be made in that primary data for that location. So we're not having to wait until all of the primary data is available. We can use these models for taking action now. And then if we look at that in the context of reporting or undertaking the LEAP process to get to a point of reporting, as long as there's transparency around the data that's being used, where that's being sourced from, and what the methodologies and algorithms are that are being used to analyze that data and actually source that data, then we're able to make some leaps forward and not having to wait for all of that data to become available. So being able to build the algorithms for the Earth observation data, being able to interpolate that data through machine learning models, I think is a real means by which we can fill the data gap in the short term.
So Gilad, so if you hear this, so this data gap, so you're in this entrepreneur space, and a lot of smart girls and guys. So what is your vision on this? What are the things you put your bet on from your tech initiative?
Well, just a note on the AI component, I would, and I'm not the only one saying this, I would urge caution when it comes to just jumping into the AI bandwagon. If all we're doing is relying on the same data models and then extrapolating and then creating projections and all the rest, again, it's that term garbage in, garbage out, which is really, so it's seductive to do it alone. It is a risk. However, some of the cool things that you could do with AI that are could be foundational in terms of changes that I've only come across recently. I was chatting with a guy from Google DeepMind, and he said, for fun, I just started taking thousands of documents that are in PDFs, think PDDs, right? The CDM, Vera, all the successful projects, they have these PDDs that are available for everyone to use. The problem, they're PDFs, not searchable, not indexable. Well, you can just go to run-your-mill, ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, drop it in there, and guess what? You could actually have data that comes out in a nice graph, and now you run it over hundreds of these documents. You're building new sets of data that are incredibly accurate, right? Maybe old, but it doesn't matter. You have now some historic data. And now think of all the different Smithsonians and zoos and all these other institutions that have paper, paper data that's like in boxes. So as a public good, you know, some of these larger institutions that are investing a lot of money into, say, data centers to run more models, they could take that data and bring it out as a public good. That's an easy one, right? Another one that could be really interesting that I've been seeing a lot is essentially taking, that I've heard recently, is you could take some of the documents coming from the supply lines all the way to the farmers who don't have an incentive often to create polygons. They don't have the money to create polygons, but they have other documents. You could actually put that in to LLMs, and the LLMs come out with polygons. So the data, just throwing models into AI is not necessarily the best approach, but actually think of how AI could do crunching of the numbers to be the army of analysts or GIS specialists. That is really interesting. Now, as to the gaps, so how do we fill these gaps in a way that's going to actually be meaningful? Because we don't want to just recycle. Ground truth data, Sonia and I were talking about earlier. Ground truth data is really the holy grail. Ground truth data means data that's being collected, guess what, on the ground. It could be humans, it could be people taking photos with any of, iNaturalist, any of those apps, Mosaic. It can be bioacoustics, it can be eDNA, beta barcoding, all these things. There's a constant fear of it being really expensive, and it's gotten much cheaper, the deflationary powers of tech. But the truth be told is that you have to, rather than having to be a landscape, you just go pinpoint, and then you're able to build on top of it remote sensing, and then you're able to use AI to fill out the rest. The problem is that there isn't enough incentive to get anyone to want to pay mostly for these ground truth data points. And here's the opportunity, whether it's private sector or public sector, there's this notion of building out data bounties. You could build out a system, you could decentralize the data collection because anyone at this point could be a data scientist, a collector of data rather, a data engineer, and you could actually fill out those gaps. And so there are these structures that are being built. There's a lot of citizen science apps. It's getting much easier to collect and maintain. And in fact, we have a position that we think that the best way to get to the equity side of nature justice is by actually, empowering and remunerating the local communities, the people on the front line, to not only be the stewards, which they are, but also be the maintainers, be the nature engineers, be those developers that let software eat the world. But in this case, it's nature positivity. That's the angle.
Beautiful. That's actually a good angle to the social part, I would say, and also in the biodiversity framework, it's also mentioned, and data plays a role in it, or accountability, open data, as we just talked. So, but still, we hear from, at least I hear, and a lot of companies that say, well, it's very difficult. Don't have validated data, and it's not public. It's not private. You have to pay for it. So, where can we make the biggest biggest steps if we look for the next 2 years? If we're sitting in the next COP together, what are the big steps we can make in this? Where should we start with now? Maybe Sonia, but you can give it a try.
Yeah, sure. So just going back to the sort of wearing my data hat, there is a lot more learning and data collection to be had. But you know, and you've probably all heard this many times this week, is that you can't boil the ocean. You have to start somewhere. I think what our data set does actually is it helps identify where the largest risks and opportunities are. And I think what needs to happen is, you have to prioritize. And I think company engagement is really critical, right? Really understanding what is going on the ground, based on what companies are reporting and what they know, but also marrying that up with really rich data that comes from the locality, from the location that that businesses are operating in. But in terms of the future, again, our mission is to help companies with measurement, setting targets, monitoring that, and reporting. And so what we do is, because we are a data provider, we're able to take these new data sets that are coming from the great research and innovation that's happening, but to marry that with traditional data sets, because that's the language that finance speaks, frankly, right? So we have data on where companies are located. We actually know where, we track something like 4 million assets around the world. We know who owns those assets, right? We know which companies own them. We also know what revenues they're deriving from the different locations that they operate in. We know who they're transacting with. We know who their suppliers are. This is all data that we just collect because we're S&P Global. But you need that information to piece together what's happening, what's this company doing, and then once you can start to understand that at a company level, you will start rolling that up to the portfolio level. So if you're an investor or you're a lender and you're starting to look at what you're financing in terms of of those impacts, these are things that are going to start helping you make those decisions. And then the other thing I'll say is that there are other types of tools and services that you can all rely on. One of the things that we're doing with the AI actually is, we're using it as a lever to help accelerate data collection. We're using it to validate the quality of our data, right? Because a lot of the data collection process is also maintaining it. And frameworks change. If you think about how much like EU taxonomy and SFDR and, name that acronym, in order to be able to operate and handle this data, you do need to scale that. And that's what we do well, right? We manage data, we collect data, we store it for our customers. We map data to different frameworks. We cross-reference frameworks so that you only have to give us one data point and we map it to multiple frameworks, bringing down the burden and the time commitment that it takes to do all this reporting. And then we also help with reporting itself, right? We have different data sets, regulatory data sets, as well as tools like reporting templates that help draw and extract the data that we collect and really help speed up that process of assembling what's going to go out to the stakeholders.
So, just to a little bit to understand this, so in the world of reporting, we're working a lot on these XBRLs, and taxonomy, so like GRI, like Commission, the TNFD. And we try everything we can on make it interoperable and even bring it back to one data point. So, but if we look at all the data in the world, as I just hear you all talking, so there is an awful lot of data, of course, in the world, but not everything is open, or it's not for free. So how could we bring this together? Is there anybody who dares to jump into that?
I'm going to start with collaboration. But what I mean by that is, so we're proposing on Saturday, if you're around, what we're calling the nature-related data value chain. And that's about identifying each of the stakeholders in the nature data-related value chain and the roles that they undertake and how we can move from, where data is collected at one location, perhaps sensitive locations, multiple times by multiple organizations and corporates, and yet we have a dearth of data in other locations, which might be just as vulnerable and just as important, and where assets may reside as well. So how do we start collaborating and exchange on what data is available and what's not, and then be able to focus on where data needs collection, recollection, maintenance, and management? The other thing that we need to look at is what are the indicators, what are the metrics, and focus on the data requirements for those. So at the moment, we've got the TNFD indicators and metrics that we're looking at. We've also got science-based target setting indicators and metrics, and we're also looking at the newly released for consultation Nature Positive Initiative metrics. And we'll be testing those next year to then be able to look at the data gaps against those metrics and indicators. So again, we can focus down on what data needs collecting and how frequently that data should be recaptured. And so then also we're looking at how do you then ultimately share that data and make as much of it open as we can, and putting in place what we're calling open nature-related data principles. So agreeing around the scientific standards, the open standards, and the corporate reporting data standards, what standards and principles should be adopted to make sure that the data is fit for purpose and that there's transparency around the quality of the data, the metadata, and the data models are shared, much as was done by TCFD for the NZDPU. So that's our focus on where we're starting, and hopefully creating a global nature data community that's more cooperative than competitive, or coopetition, I think is the word. You ladies will know it better than me. Coopetition.
Thank you. Beautiful, actually. Melanie.
So I'd offer sort of 3 points on this one. So the first, picking up on your point on having a single repository, one area is as more and more reporting gets delivered, being able to actually put that into a centralized platform that then is searchable and usable. And I think that's a key area where how do we actually get all of those, so rather than just taking the individual PDFs and trying to scan all of them and get the insights, really kind of finding a central repository for all the reporting that'll be coming through, because it's a faster way too to understand where are those data gaps, because the reports are going to come forward, especially in the mandatory reporting space. And how do we make sure that that's landing in places where it's easily accessible and easily searchable? One of the things to pick up on that thread is last year Microsoft is joined in a collaboration with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to serve as that data platform for the global stocktake process and the enhanced transparency framework reporting that's going to come out from each of those country governments. And this is a way for all those reporting that comes out for the global stocktake on climate to actually land in a single location that is searchable and queryable in natural language, so that negotiators in real time can pull up, well, what is, Burkina Faso's, NDC as it relates to renewable energy or these different components. It makes these very long documents that come out of governments for the NDC process, makes them much more accessible and also just easily queryable in a way that we haven't seen before. So I think these types of partnerships are very much possible and can be extended beyond just the UNFCCC, but to other areas. So that's on the reporting side, and finding a centralized place to put that so it is easily reviewable and accessible. The second area is how we train, how we democratize access to this type of training and learning when it comes to technology solutions. LinkedIn did a study last year, and it found sort of a sobering statistic, which is 1 in 9 people actually have a green skill, and that gap, needs to be closed. It's actually more stark when it comes to how many women have a green skill, which is even more sort of stark. But I think there's a basic premise of how do we skill a workforce to be able to use these types of digital tools. It can't just be those in developed countries or that have access to the best computer science, but we have to find a better way to do that. So one way is through open models and open access and easier training. GitHub has put forward something called PyTorch, Project PyTorch, which is a very easy way for developers to get skilled very quickly with limited information to be able to do camera trap analysis or animal analysis, and it walks you through that. And GitHub has been one of the largest platforms for developers to access easier to query models and all of that. So that's another area, and that's global. And the last area to democratize access so that everybody's actually fluent in these digital technologies that are growing at such a rapid scale is what can you do at a more local level? Because it can't just be, a global push. And so one of the things that we've been working on is a partnership here in Colombia. We're working with Humboldt and the Universidad de los Andes and Planet to actually work in helping to scale the digital skills within local communities so that they can also be serving as those who are working in, whether these types of projects and digital tooling. So I think if you hit all three of those layers from the global level down to the local, at the first point, which is the skilling around being able to use these digital skills, I think that's such a key part to really ubiquitize access to this world of AI. So it's not just, so we're doing better at not just bringing, garbage data in, garbage data out, but you're actually getting more and more people trained to actually open that funnel to get more data inputs in so that we get much better and much more robust biodiversity and ecosystem related solutions out there.
And maybe continue on that educational part and awareness and training part, because it's part of, I think it's more on the plate of the governments now, if you look at the targets in the biodiversity framework. But I think, also private sector can play a huge role there, isn't it? So do you think on that one?
I take a heterodox view on this a bit. Actually, Sonia, so you work with a ton of companies, and you're handling their data, you're mapping the data and all the rest. Do you think that those companies would be willing to share their data with one another?
Great question. I think we sometimes act as an intermediary for sharing data. We do a lot of benchmarking services for companies because we have that scale. And don't forget, we have relationships with all these companies because S&P Global has a bunch of divisions. We have a ratings division, we have a commodity insights business. We have all these great relationships. They tell us information, they have to. So we have great intelligence. We're in a formidable position to share that information with companies. So that's one form of helping, is to provide, and we do, like for instance, we have an annual survey called the Corporate Sustainability Assessment, and we cover about 13,500 companies globally. And if companies actually give us their data directly as opposed to make us go out and collect it, we actually provide them with a service back, which is giving them their closest peers information so they can benchmark. And I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to do, right, to help, to collaborate, is to share some data.
Yeah, but this is awesome. But will they, and this for you, will they take the raw data? Like Coca-Cola collects water data all the time.
So
we would talk about the TNFD, we talk about the data catalyst, and in theory, we're like, because we helped you shape that a bit. It's like, will they actually share it?
They are sharing it, actually.
Yeah?
They are. We have an opt-in clause on our paperwork, and you'd be really shocked to hear that over 50% of the companies that actually fill out our survey are willing to allow us to redistribute that data. Recognizing that it's about transparency, and that's how they do better in how we assess them. We score companies on their sustainability practices, and so they are willing. And more of them want to tell their own story, actually, because when there are data gaps, we do rely on models and proxies, and oftentimes, companies aren't satisfied with what's being reported on their behalf, and so we encourage them just tell their own story.
And it's the combination, of course, of you have the reporting, what we do and what TNFD does and ISB does. That's also, of course, that you ask for transparency and data. This will become available as data, free data, to a certain part. And I think the providers and also any other additional tool you make, you add value to it, isn't it? I think that's the next 2 years I hope it will get a big leap and a big jump forward in solutions. But coming back on the educational part, because that's also what you need. Because if we provide a lot of data and people do not know how to deal with it, then it's still we still have a big burden, isn't it? Especially if we think about SMEs. If we look at, so we have more than 15,000 companies reporting on GRI. It's a lot of data points. Like next to XBRL, it will come for free. The information will be there. But we also see that a lot of small companies, it's the biggest part of the world. They don't have this knowledge and this data. So we also have to help them. So.
Yeah, no, I actually, the modeling, so we have a framework when it comes to nature tech. We call it the 5 M's, market pressures. That's like TNFD, GRI. Then you have measurement, MRV, that's a collection of data. So a company like Coca-Cola would collect that data, model it. That's where kind of like NALA, NADCAP, S&P, the bigger ones are actually sense-making, followed by material change. So a company takes that knowledge and actually does something about it. Monetization is the ways to actually earn on things like, innovative finance, so bio credits and all the rest. That part of the modeling, I mean, Sony just showed you. I actually don't think that's the problem. I think there's so much ingenuity in modeling and making something out of nothing. I'm very heartened to hear what you are sort of saying, because I actually did not think that, because that's really a human problem. We're not in a tech problem situation. We're definitely in a human coordination problem. And if you're telling me that companies are willing to share raw data at scale, that's a game changer. That's it.
Beautiful conclusion already.
Yeah.
Catherine, yeah?
Yeah, so I think, to go back to the capability and capacity building, so you'll all see on Saturday we're announcing our roadmap for enhancing nature-related data, including a nature data public facility. And part of that is being able to make the interface for that facility as simple and user-friendly as possible, because we're serving everyone from SMEs with maybe 5 people to large-scale organizations that are around the world, our doctors like Reckitt and Anglo American and the like, who do have their own in-house data capability and capacity. But we also know those, so we're trying to do that through the digitalization and through the interface that we provide. But we've also gone out and in researching that facility, we have absolutely received feedback from the larger organizations that are spending millions a year, tens of millions a year in collecting raw data, that they're absolutely prepared to share that data, because it's also sharing the burden of cost. So as long as they see a collective approach to sharing of data, they're absolutely happy to share their nature-related data. Obviously not their proprietary data that gives an indication of what they're doing when. For example, extractive industries have to think carefully about when they're releasing water data, because that gives an indication of when they're going to release minerals into the market, and that could affect market prices, for example, and then it could be considered anti-competition. So there are some considerations, to take in mind, to bear in mind, but they are absolutely focused on how they could approach data sharing and willing to do that and share the burden of cost.
So, are there people in the room here who want to work with data or start working with data? And before, so we do a small round. I come with a mic to you, but before we go there, because at the end I will ask each of you what if organizations want to start, what is your advice from technology or data, where to start? Maybe also in the view of the COP negotiations and the next step. So the next years, a lot of companies will, especially smaller companies, are coming to that question: how to do this, where to start. So what is your advice? I'll come later to that. But first, we go to a round of questions, if it's okay. Please introduce yourself, and not a speech, but a question, please.
No pressure. I'm Hannah from Plan Blue. So we try to bring the next generation of fully automated seafloor monitoring, so we can actually visualize biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and we can look into stresses. And that is also a little bit something I'm missing. So we had here a discussion about how can we collect data and more data. But my question is, do we have the right data to answer the question? So the biodiversity framework is focusing on improving ecosystems. So if we just see now biodiversity is the focus of the data we get, is it not better to look at the stresses? Because we want to create fast impact. So we need to be aware. Do we really focus on the right thing if we only talk about biodiversity?
Melanie?
I could say one